here at Candlestick.
The outside structure is already finished, and this week the seats and scoreboard are going in. Now, opening day, as Fred mentioned, is April 11th. The stadium builders have a big incentive to finish on time. They would be fined $45,000 for every day that deadline is not met. 27,000 season tickets have already been sold, and the Giants predict a near sellout crowd for nearly every game next year. And you probably have your favorite memories of Candlestick. So does columnist Chuck Nevius, and he'll share those a bit later on the Noon News.
I have seen that piece. It is worth sticking around for.
Really
It's absolutely
terrific.
wonderful. Still to come here on the Noon News, two of the major...
Hi, baby, to the ballpark known as the Stick for so many years. Manuel Ramos is out there at Candlestick for the fond farewell. Manny?
Well, Ken, if you're a Giants fan like me and you have to work today, there's no better place to do your job than at Candlestick Park. Behind me, some of the fans who were lucky enough to get the day off and get a ticket to this game. With 61,000 people packing into Candlestick, there will be more fans here than on that first day, back in April of 1960. A seat back then was 98 cents. Scalp tickets for this game are going for a couple of $100. The experience is priceless for a longtime Giants fan.
To me, it's not windy, it's not cold.
What is it?
Beautiful.
For us, aside from this year, there really hasn't been too many cold nights because we sit on the third base side and leave the wind and the cold to the first base line.
I'm going to miss it a lot. I've been coming here since I was 4 years old with my parents, and over 30 years of memories, and it's going to be a lot. You know, tears are going to flow at the end of the game, but looking forward to it.
The Giants are prepared for fans who might get carried away and try to carry away some souvenirs. Home plate was packed into the ground with some added pressure to make it tough to steal. Now, today is a little bit like that day you go get a haircut. That day, your hair never looks better, of course. And today, as the Giants are saying goodbye to Candlestick, the weather is perfect. I'm Manuel Ramos in San Francisco.
I think I had a lot more hair in 1959. I'm not sure about you, Manny, but thanks for that report. Well, a lot of popular characters from Candlestick's past are on hand for today's last game. Last night seemed to be reserved for those on the Giants fans' least popular list.
When the world seems to shine like you've had too much wine, that's amore.
Nobody walks like that. Former Dodgers manager Tommy Lasorda received the usual warm San Francisco welcome. He returned the favor by offering an off-key rendition of "Take Me Out to the Ball Game," and hey, look who returned from oblivion to throw out the first pitch.
Tonight, I feel like the luckiest crab on the face of the earth. You guys proved you remembered, and I hate you too.
Yes, the beloved Crazy Crab, who had a short gig as the Giants mascot in the mid-1980s.
Well, today will be especially memorable for those who have played an active role on the team over the years. Doug Murphy is standing by live at the Stick with reaction from some current and former players. Hi, Doug.
Hi there. Can you believe it? 40 years, and it all comes down to this: 9 more innings. You know, there have been thousands of games played here by thousands of players, and really millions of fans have come in, and there's a lifetime of memories here, and we sampled a few of them.
Well, my fondest memory was probably my very first at-bat in the big leagues. I was with the Braves. And I got my first, big league hit here off Juan Marichal, a little bleeder, a little dribbler down third baseline. And,
You'll take it, though.
Oh, yeah. I was 19 years old, and a guy I'd watched on TV many, many times. That one and probably the Brian Johnson home run that we end up, going to the playoffs.
Anything that anybody ever said about it, whether it be the cold or the wind, it was a little bit more than what they explained it or described it as.
As we get blown over.
Yeah, exactly. There's really no, until you've been through it for a whole season or two and been out here for night games and day games, you really don't get a feel for it.
My greatest moment here at the Stick was the comeback day. After being diagnosed with cancer, and then 10 months later to be standing on the mound here in Candlestick Park, and with some 34,000 fans cheering you on, and the support of the community, it was just an overwhelming feeling.
Best memory of Candlestick is watching 2 back-to-back no-hitters here, like Gaylord Perry threw the night before and Raymond Westbrook, the St. Louis Cardinals, threw the next day. So that was memorable things about Candlestick. And the other one was the Beatles, and we had the Rolling Stones here, and we had a lot of concerts here. We had the fights here. So this place brings back a lot of good old memories.
You know, I always knew that Murph was a Rolling Stone fan. You could really tell it. I think my biggest memory would be that '82 Joe Morgan home run that eliminated the Dodgers from playoff contention that year. It happened October the 3rd. It was a wonderful day if you dislike the Dodgers like so many Giant fans do. Well, other than being last day, as Manny said a bit ago, everything is typical. Full house out here today, 62,000, game time temperature, probably 85. That's the story here at the Stick for the last time. I'm Doug Murphy. Back to you.
That's a nice salute goodbye. Thank you, Doug.
Well, a serious accident in...
Now, over the years, there have been so many great memories at the Stick. Here's Chuck Devious now to show us some moments we'll never forget.
The story of Candlestick Park begins right here in the box seats right next to the Giants' dugout. The date was April 12, 1960, opening day. This box was full of dignitaries. You'd have to say that the people who were here that day would have a tough time recognizing Candlestick Park in its current configuration. And what turned out to be an exception for the next 39 years, the day dawned clear and sunny, and a packed house filled the new Candlestick Park. Box seats were filled with dignitaries. Ty Cobb showed up. And the biggest star of them all, Richard Milhouse Nixon, the President of the United States, came to throw out the first pitch. He proclaimed it the finest ballpark in the United States. You never could trust him. The second year the park was open, Candlestick hosted the All-Star Game. The date was July 11th, 1961. Giants right-hander Stu Miller delighted the crowd when he came out in the bottom of the ninth to put out the fires. As he took his stretch, he was blown forward. The umpire called a balk. Miller has always insisted the breeze didn't affect him that much, but his argument has been blown away and the Candlestick wins. The wins at Candlestick became famous. They were more than a presence. They were a force. Teams hated to play here. There was no such thing as a routine fly ball. Pete Rose once said, when a pop-up went up, usually guys would yell, "I got it." At Candlestick, they'd yell, "Who wants it?" There's nothing special about the Candlestick infield. It's made of dirt. Bases are 90 feet apart. But on October 16th, 1962, the Giants came to this spot right here, and they buried heartbreak. You know this story by now. The 1962 World Series, bottom of the ninth. Yankees ahead of the Giants, 1-0. Matty Lou on third base. Willie Mays on second. Willie McCovey up at bat. There's a story that Bobby Richardson, the Yankee second baseman, moved 2 steps to his left to say something to an umpire just before McCovey swung. If only Richardson hadn't moved over. If only McCovey's hit had been a little higher. If.
There's a liner straight to Richardson. The ball game is over and the World Series is over. Willie McCovey hit it like a bullet.
Giants fans have always rooted for 2 teams, the Giants and who was ever playing the Dodgers. So if you're a real Giants fan, you remember October 3rd, 1982, and you remember this post over the right field wall. The Giants season was over by then. They still had a chance to spoil things for the Dodgers. A sold-out crowd watched Joe Morgan's 3-run home run off Terry Forrester in the 7th inning beat Los Angeles 5-3 and give the National League West title to Atlanta by 1 game. The Giants weren't going to the postseason, but neither were the Dodgers, and that was good enough.
Morgan belts it high and deep right field. Way back goes Monday to the fence. It is gone! Home run, Joe Morgan! And the Giants lead the Dodgers 5-2.
By 1989, people began to wonder if Candlestick was cursed. Maybe the Giants would never make it to the World Series. That year, Roger Craig and his Hum Babies staged an unbelievable run in the National League West. And on October 9th, 1989, Will Clark, standing right here at this plate, took his bat back and sent the Giants to the World Series.
We should have figured it would come down to this. Will Clark with a chance to win it.
Giants had lots of stars that year. Kevin Mitchell was MVP, and Rick Russell and Scott Garrelts anchored the pitching staff. But Will Clark was a fan favorite. In what's been called the most dramatic at-bat in Candlestick history, Clark fouled off 2 fastballs from Mitch Williams, then lined a single up the middle for a 2-1 lead. That held up to clinch the game, send the Giants to the World Series for the first time in 27 years. On October 17th, 1989, it was about 5:07 in the afternoon. The 2 teams in the World Series were taking batting practice. Up here in Section 51, the gentleman in seat 24 leaned back. Suddenly, the earth moved. He looked down between his shoes to see what had happened. The stadium had split. He could see nothing but air for 200 feet straight down. The earthquake before the 3rd game of the 1989 World Series may have been one of the most unexpected moments in sports. It was all the more stunning because it was on national television. The games were delayed for 10 days. When they resumed, all the fire had gone out of the series. The Oakland A's won in 4 games, but in their clubhouse afterwards, they didn't even bother to spray champagne. They used to call this tunnel the Tunnel of Misery. Players were brought down here in the dugout, in the clubhouse. Sometimes they were told they were traded. Sometimes they were told they were released. This will be different. When baseball players go down this tunnel for the last time, it will be the end of professional baseball at Candlestick Park. There was never a park like Candlestick Park. There'll never be another one. Thank God. For the Noon News, I'm Chuck Nevius.
What a great piece, wasn't it?
Many memories there.
Listen to this. You want to know some of the prices from back in 1960 when the Giants first got here? The bleacher seats were 90 cents a piece.
Wow.
Parking, 75 cents. Beer, 40 cents. Hot dogs, 30 cents. Popcorn, 15 cents. Peanuts, 15 cents.
Yeah, and look at the prices now.
Yeah, I know. Boy, those were the days, huh?
It's been a great time. Yeah, it sure was. Thank you for watching. Dennis and Leslie will be here with a 10 o'clock.
Hornet bounces high and deep right field. Way back goes Monday to the fence. It is gone. Home run, Joe Morgan. Do you believe in destiny? They do in San Francisco. I will remember you. The Giants have won the pennant. Will you remember me? Don't let your
decades, over 56 million fans have walked through the turnstiles to root for San Francisco's team. A shiny new home will be ready next season, but today the old ballpark is dressed up and ready for one last dance. The Giants play their final game at Candlestick Park next. Well, it is a perfect day for a party, and we got a good one. The Giants and the Dodgers shut the door on the Candlestick Park forever, and a sellout crowd is set for an afternoon of memories. Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Glenn Kuiper, and welcome to Candlestick Park and a very special edition of the CHW Giants pregame report. Now, come next April, the only ballpark around here that anybody's going to want to talk about is Pacific Ballpark. But today, that honor goes to the Stick. And, you know, last night these two teams played. Well, maybe the most entertaining part of the evening was the famous Tommy Lasorda walk. Tommy milked it like only he can. Also, the Crazy Crab made his first appearance at the Stick since 1984, and guess what? Giants fans still want nothing to do with the Crab. Now, once the game started, it was the Giants' night from the beginning. In the first inning, Barry Bonds ripped a two-run shot off Kevin Brown to give San Francisco a 2-0 lead. In the third, the Giants loaded the bases with 2 outs when J.T. Snow, huge base hit,
Miller and Bond scored to make it 4-0. It was 4-1 in the 8th when Jeff Kent went to right center field, 23rd home run and 99th RBI on the year, and the Giants led 5-1. Now they would need all those runs. The Dodgers loaded the bases with 1 out in the 9th, but Bronzewell Patrick retired Gary Sheffield on a strikeout and then Eric Karros on a fly ball to right. First career save for Patrick as the Giants finally beat Kevin Brown, and Giants fans drove into the night happy. Final score in the final night game ever at the Stick, the Giants 5 and the Dodgers 1.
Well, joining us again today on the Giants pregame report is Gary Radnich from KRON Sports and also KNBI Radio. And Gary, I know you were here early, and so was I. And, you know, I got a feeling right from the start, as soon as I pulled in, that this was a very special day in San Francisco.
Yeah, most certainly was, Glenn. And I'll tell you, my heartstrings were tugged at a little bit around 9 o'clock. I had just left KMBR after interviewing the great crooner, Eddie Fisher, in regards to his marriages to Elizabeth Taylor, Debbie Reynolds, and Connie Stevens. And I pulled in along the bleacher area where people buy their tickets, and there were about 100 people asking, are there any bleacher seats on sale today? I had to say no, and it's pretty sad because this is a day for the fans. We talked about this last night. With the rare exception, I think these players, they're moving on with their lives. They didn't grow up in this ballpark. It's a different story. But these fans, this day belongs to them, and there were at least 100 people with long faces when I said, if you don't have a ticket, folks, I'm sorry.
Yeah, no question. It is a day for the fans and not the players. But you've got a chance to talk to a lot of people this morning about what Candlestick Park is all about, and it's amazing. Stories that you thought you've heard them all, but you get new ones.
Well, my favorite, Glenn, of all the people we talked to, we did about 3 hours on the radio this morning, is a man who came up with a picture of himself and Bill Lasky, the old Giant pitcher from 1984. 1984, that's 15 years ago. And with all due respect to Bill Lasky, you know, he's not Mays or McCovey or Barry Bonds. And the man said, do you think there's any way? I've been waiting all this time to have Bill Lasky sign my photo, so I'm still working on that, hoping to hook that gentleman up. But that's what this day is about, to forget all the cynicism and those of us in the media who feel we have to pick and find fault. Today is to think back and say, wow, 40 years for many of us, our first look at Major League Baseball right here at Candlestick.
Yeah, I agree, Gary. Let's just sit back and enjoy this. Why not? Now, when we come back to the CHW Giants pregame report, we'll check in with Rod Brooks, and also Gary Radnich will sit down with one of the all-time favorites here at the Stick, Roger Craig. It is down to 0, folks. The final game ever at the Stick.
Giants pregame report is brought to you by Catholic Healthcare West, the Bay Area leader in sports medicine.
This is good. Oh, it's going to be cool. No, this is great.
Milt, where you going?
Mitch.
Mitch or
Yep.
whatever.
Yeah.
This is the celebrity golf classic.
Yeah.
For celebrities only. Real celebrities.
I told you I didn't like this. Next he's going to call security or something.
Security?
Check out some of the stars who did get to play in this special edition of Hooked on Golf. Michael Jordan leads the field at the Joe Morgan Celebrity Golf Classic, presented by your Northern California Toyota dealers. Monday night at 9, only on Fox Sportsnet Bay Area. Now for a CHW sports tip.
Knee injuries are very common, but how do you know if your knee requires more than just rest and ice? Damage to bones, ligaments, and cartilage can occur during twisting, cutting, and impact activities. Symptoms such as swelling, popping, locking, or pain with weight bearing may represent a more significant injury. An examination by your sports medicine physician will determine proper treatment and prevent further injury.
This health moment brought to you by the doctors and hospitals of CHW and their centers for sports medicine.
Smaller electrodes, more power. More electrodes, faster start. Different electrodes.
Tired of spark plugs with crazy gimmicks? Get the plug with the feature that counts. One perfect spark. Presenting the Autolite Platinum Pro. It's 30% more durable with platinum to platinum firing for a spark that lasts after gimmicks burn out. The Autolite Platinum Pro. It's one perfect spark guaranteed. Ask for your free $5 Home Depot gift certificate from Autolite.
Fox Sportsnet Bay Area is now the exclusive home of San Jose Sharks hockey. Check us out all season long for 60 games worth of excitement right through the playoffs. Saturday, October 2nd is opening night as the Sharks try to douse the Calgary Flames. The excitement continues on Thursday, October 7th with a battle against the Edmonton Oilers. Then on Saturday, October 9th, the Sharks face off against the Stanley Cup champion Dallas Stars. The only place to watch Sharks excitement this season is on Fox Sports Net Bay Area.
1-2 pitch. Morgan belts it high and deep right field. Way back goes Monday to the fence. It is gone. Home run, Joe Morgan. And the Giants lead the Dodgers 5-2.
Well, Tommy Lasorda may have shed a few tears after that Joe Morgan home run. Now my pregame show co-host Rod Brooks has it covered in case anybody gets a little emotional this afternoon. Rod?
Thank you very much, Glenn. You know, I've had a lot of people tell me that they won't shed a tear once Candlestick Park is gone, and quite frankly, I don't believe it one bit. There have been a lot of memories around this place, and it's going to be hard to walk out of Candlestick after the Giants hopefully beat the Dodgers without shedding a tear. If you are the sentimental type, such as myself, a softie, we've got something to help you dry those tears up. Tissues. We try to be nice here at Fox Sports Net Bay Area. As you can see, Fox Sports Net, to help wipe away the tears on the final day at the stick. Let's face it, this has been a beautiful place for baseball memories and a great place to watch baseball. Never mind the cold. I don't think there's going to be one person to walk away with a couple of tears streaming down their cheeks. If that's you, we've got something to help you out. Glenn, back to you.
All right, thanks a lot, Rod. Now, when you look around Candlestick Park today, you're going to get a chance to see many of the former great players and managers. And let's check in with Gary Radnich right now, who is standing by with the original hum baby, Roger Craig.
Thank you very much, Glenn. If you've been around the Giants in Candlestick Park for a while, you well remember the mid-1980s, baseball dying in San Francisco. Roger Craig and Al Rosen came in, and before you know it, 87 and 89, they're going to the postseason. Welcome back, Roger. You have been a stranger of sorts here at Candlestick. Why?
Well, you know, I live in San Diego. We have a place down in Hilton Head, South Carolina, and I spend a lot of time with the family and play a lot of golf. And I just thought I'd best stay away because if I do come back, you know, you get the adrenaline going again. And I enjoy my retirement. I really don't have the thoughts of coming back to baseball. But
so you made a clean break then?
Yes, I did. I always said I could walk away and go on to a new life. There's another life besides baseball. But baseball was great. The 7 years I spent here were my best in baseball. I enjoyed it so much, and we had some great years, and the fans were just, and the people here even today are just, they're like the old Brooklyn Dodger fans. They don't forget.
Yeah. To show how long Roger has been away, though, we were laughing. He asked, who are these fellas in uniform? I said, these are the ball dudes who get the foul balls, and you said?
I said, when I was here, they were 16 years old. I've been away that long.
Yeah, we've gone in a different direction. We'll take you back to 1989 when the Giants make it to the World Series. Your memory of that stretch run. Here we go against the Cubbies.
Goes to Sandberg, and the pitch is grounded to second base.
You know, we just had, there's the guy you want the ball to hit to at the bottom of the ninth inning with 2 outs, hit the ball to Robbie Thompson because he wanted it and he never missed it. That was just an unbelievable year. We had so many guys that participated and did such a good job coming down the stretch, and you know, my coaches did a great job, and Al Rosen supplied me with the players that we needed the last couple of months of the season, and it was just a great year for us. I'll never forget that year.
Not to get heavy on a pregame show here celebrating the last day at Candlestick Park, but from what you hear and understand about the game today, would you be comfortable managing in today's environment?
It would be tough. I know it was tough when I managed, but nowadays where the greed is there, you know, there's no loyalty. The guys jump from club to club, and it's just tough to me. It's tough to motivate them enough when you've got to play 162 games and 30 games in spring training. But you know, there's so many things that goes on there. The generations, they keep getting younger and want to do things on their own, and so it makes it really tough for a manager. And I feel for Dusty Baker and all that. He's done a great job here, and Dusty was one of my coaches for a long time, but it's a lot tougher to manage now even than when I was here.
You pitched as a Met and managed at Candlestick. Do you enjoy the windy, wide-open environment?
I used to tell my players, let's use this to our advantage. I know you've heard this before, but we did. You know, you come out here at batting practice, and the opposing team would take batting practice, and they walk by the cage, and they say, how do you guys stand it? And, you know, they said, let's play our 3 games and get out of here. And But, you know, we'd go back east and play in the East Coast with the high humidity and hot weather, and come back here. It's like being in an air-conditioned ballpark. So I think we used it to our advantage, and we knew the wind and played pretty well here.
All right, well, that ranch is treating you good in San Diego. You look great, Roger, and no worries about a hit and run or what reliever to bring in. Life's treating you good, and thanks for spending a few minutes.
Hey, Gary, thank you very much.
All right, that's Roger Craig. One more time, baseball in a bad way, mid-1980s. Craig and Rosen take over, and the Giant franchise been rolling most ever since. We'll go back to Glenn Kuiper.
All right, thanks, Gary. And boy, is it great to see the original baby, Roger Craig. Well, we are just minutes away from the final baseball game ever here at Candlestick Park. It is, of course, the Giants and the Dodgers. Still to come, Val Diamond and members of the Grateful Dead. But up next, an updated look at the Giants' new home, Pacific Bell Park.
If you're ready to lose weight, muscle up, and get back into shape, I've got a free video you're going to love. Introducing a winning fitness strategy. You got to eat healthy, drink plenty of water, and most importantly, strength train with Bowflex. Strength training adds muscle. Not only does your shape look better, you actually increase your metabolism, so you end up burning more calories. Strength training these days isn't just for men. It's great for women, too. And Bowflex is designed for both. It's even been called the best home gym by Fitness Magazine. Use as little as 5 pounds to more than 400 pounds of resistance. Follow our 6-week fast fat loss program or create your own from over 60 different health club quality exercises. Bowflex is easy to own, and it fits in any room in your house. It comes with a 6-week guarantee on results, and you can finance it with no money down and payments as low as $33 per month. Hey, I'm 41, and I'm in the best shape of my life. And I can tell you, Bowflex really does work. For a free video and brochure on the machine that can help you get into great shape at any age, call right now.
Now for a CHW sports tip.
With the increased emphasis on winning, many athletes feel that more exercise is better, but this can lead to overuse injuries. Fatigue, depression, and worsening performance can be signs that you are overtraining. Stress fractures are often the result. Recovery time is just as important as the exercise itself. If you have questions, consult a sports medicine physician.
This health moment brought to you by the doctors and hospitals of CHW and their Centers for Sports Medicine.
I hate dings in the door. I have this one terrible one. Some fool comes along out of the grocery store and just bangs right in the side. And then, of course, he's looking around. Nobody else can see him but me. He's banged, and I have this huge dent. But my owner can't always get to him, you know, right away to get him fixed. But I think she tries to make up for it. She gives me Chevron Supreme with Tecron because I'm a car designed for high-octane gas.
No premium outperforms Chevron Supreme with Tecron. Chevron, simply smarter.
0-2, Wegener delivers. Mays hits it into left field. There goes number 3,000. Willie Mays gets his 3,000th base hit.
Well, Willie Mays will be, of course, at Candlestick Park this afternoon, and he will throw out the final pitch ever at the stick. That will be part of the big post-game ceremonies. Now, on April 11th of next season, the Giants will unveil Pacific Bell Park, and with over 26,000 season tickets already sold, Giants fans have shown that they are ready. And if you're one of the lucky ones to have a ticket, you are going to like what you see. It is looking more like a ballpark every week. As construction continues on Pacific Bell Park, the light towers now rise above the South of Market skyline, and you can start to see the unique elements of the park taking shape. The dramatic main entrance to the stadium, Willie Mays Plaza, is visible from the street. When it's completed, it will feature a bronze sculpture of number 24 to honor the Giants' greatest hero. But looking out from Pacific Bell Park is even more stunning than looking in at it. The right field wall with its arches opening to the port walk and beyond to Willie McCovey Cove is now in place. It is only a 307-foot shot down the right field line. That should be conducive to home runs and will give fans seated on top of the wall or standing behind it a great view of the action. Rows of seats will be installed during the next few weeks. Well, when the CHW Giants pregame report continues, Val Diamond will light up this huge crowd with a stirring rendition of San Francisco. We will have that and much more when we come back to Candlestick Park.
spell amazing season without the A's. And their wild playoff run is right here on Fox Sportsnet Bay Area. Freed, Stairs, Giambi, Tejada, and the surprising staff continue their remarkable race for the pennant. You can't spell amazing season without the A's.
The A's win the game!
The A's face the Angels tonight at 7, only on Fox Sportsnet Bay Area.
This is not a range. This is the fiery precision and impeccable timing of doing the rumba with a very, very, very good dancer. The dual fuel series with 13,000 BTU power burner, electric convection oven, warming drawer, a pulse racing pairing that raises a very unique kind of heat. Introducing Kenmore Elite.
For most of us, buying a new or used car is the second largest purchase we will ever make. It should be an enjoyable experience. One way to ensure that it is enjoyable is to buy from someone you trust. One of the best measures of trustworthiness is longevity. Only one Central Coast auto dealership has been owned and operated by the same family for 76 years. Richardson Chevrolet, Salinas.
Richardson Chevrolet. Being careful isn't enough. Accidents do happen and work injuries still occur. If you're hurt on the job, you need the certified specialists at Rucka, O'Boyle, Lombardo, and McKenna for expert legal advice. Don't wait until it's too late.
Making a false or fraudulent workers' compensation claim is a felony, subject to up to 5 years in prison or a fine of up to $50,000 or double the value of the fraud, whichever is greater, or both imprisonment and fines.
From a beautiful garden walk to an elegant rock wall and wherever your designs may take you, Antolini Company provides a wide variety of masonry and landscaping supplies to help make those dreams come true. Over 30 years in business, we have the knowledge and experience to offer you the very best assistance possible in picking the right stone for you. But don't just take our word for it. Come and visit Antolini Company today and see for yourself. Antolini Company, where we're known for our stone.
Off the bottom of the 12th inning, sent the Dodgers home, at least into a tie, and the Giants went on to win the division. Welcome back, everybody. I hope you're enjoying this very special edition of the CHW Giants pregame report as we are closing in on first pitch in the final Giants game ever to be played here at the Stick. But right now, let's head upstairs to public address announcer Sherry Davis.
And now, to sing San Francisco, please welcome Val Diamond from Steve Silver's Beach Blanket Babylon, San Francisco's longest-running musical revue, now celebrating its 25th year at San Francisco's Club Fugazi. Val Diamond.
San Francisco, open your golden gate. You let no stranger wait outside your door. San Francisco, here is your wandering one, saying I'll wander no more. Other places only make me love you best. Tell me you're the heart of all golden west. San Francisco, welcome me home again. I'm coming home to go roaming no
All right, when we come back to the Stick, we'll check in again with KRON's Gary Radnich and also the national anthem from members of the Grateful Dead. All that and more. And, of course, Giants baseball. Don't forget that. Giants and Dodgers coming up at 1 o'clock. This is the CHW Giants pregame report.
Now for a CHW sports tip.
Don't ignore pain above the heel that occurs with running, jumping, or rising on the toes. This is Achilles tendonitis, an inflammation or irritation of the big tendon in the back of the lower leg. Getting rid of the problem requires that you rest until pain-free, and then strengthen and stretch the attached calf muscles.
This health moment brought to you by the doctors and hospitals of CHW and their Centers for Sports Medicine.
Sam Adams. It's what's inside.
This is Sports by the Bay on Fox Sports Net.
Full swing, and Fox Sports News Primetime is bringing the heat.
Take a deep breath.
The big names, all the games. What a play! You can't coach that. Steve Sachs, Kevin Kennedy, and our starting lineup take you between the lines and into the zone.
And it is way out of here. No bullpen, no championships.
The race for the pennant, complete coverage. What a cannon! You're out. Catch Fox Sports News Primetime, nightly at 10.
Giants pregame report is brought to you by Catholic Healthcare West, the Bay Area leader in sports medicine.
And he hits one high to deep left field and deep. Holland is back at the wall. And he's out of here! And this one is over! And the National League West is tied! Well, that is a moment that Giants fans will never forget. Of course, that home run tied up the National League West in September back in 1997. Giants went on to win that. Now joining me again is Gary Radnich. And Gary, you've seen more baseball games than I have here at the Stick, but have you ever seen two better games back-to-back than those two Giant-Dodger games in 97?
Yeah, it was a very hot time, Glenn. I remember Brian Johnson vividly, and how quickly fame can slip your fingers. We watched Brian grow up Oakland Skyline High, went to Stanford, quarterback on the football team, the toast to San Francisco, but the next year there wasn't room for him on the Giant ball club. But indeed, that was some two games.
And you know what? That home run couldn't have happened to a nicer guy. Brian Johnson, no longer a Giant, but he's going to live in the hearts of Giants fans for a long time. And you remember Brian, great guy.
He was terrific, Glenn. And I'm just thinking here, sitting in the Giant dugout, looking out on the field, my first memories, Bob Gibson as a Cardinal, Dave Parker strutting for the Pittsburgh Pirates. Unfortunately, I'm starting to sound like an old man on this show with you and Rod Brooks, but I go back to the 60s when you're a young man. You didn't have to worry about getting kids through college. You didn't worry about earning a living. You were just having fun. And boy, it's just like yesterday. Today's been great for me. I think I'm refreshed. I'm young again.
So we've been able to stir your memories a little bit. That's good.
Yeah, I appreciate you having me on the show, Glenn, and keep up the good work. And you know I'm a big fan. I don't know your brother who does the technical side, but I can listen to your brother Dwayne and Kruko talk about baseball. Unfortunately, all day long I should be helping my kids with their homework. Instead, I'm saying Kruk's got another story, and Glenn is setting his brother up for that story about he hit one home run. I'd love to hear him talk.
Hey, Gary, we can make you an honorary Kuiper brother if you want, but you may not want to do that.
There's not enough food at the dinner table with the three of you. No way.
All right, Gary, hey, thanks a lot. You've been great the last couple days. We appreciate it. Gary Radnich from KRON TV and also KNBR Radio, and he has been a great help the last couple days. And hey, everybody, it's getting to everybody. Candlestick Park, the final game ever to be played here. And hey, if you look back, 40 years of Giants baseball, 40 years of baseball games being played here. And if you lived here your whole life, I haven't, but you can tell when you look around, there's people that are taking this day very, very seriously. And it's a meaningful day to those people. People have come out to Candlestick Park and froze when there's 8,000 people here on a Monday night against the Expos. But those people that survived those They deserve to be here today, and I certainly hope most of them. Now, they're expecting a sellout crowd, maybe the biggest crowd to ever see a Giants game here at Candlestick Park. And with that attendance, the Giants will have the second best attendance they've ever had here in San Francisco this year. So that's all I got to say. It is a wonderful afternoon of baseball here at the Stick. But right now, it's time for the national anthem. Let's check in again with PA announcer Sherry Davis.
Presenting the colors today, the San Francisco Police Department Mounted Color Guard. And now it's time to welcome back some special friends of the Giants. They sang the national anthem for the first time publicly right here on opening day 1993. Please welcome three members of the Grateful Dead: Bill Lesh, Donna Jean Godshaw McKay, and Bob Weir, as they perform our Star-Spangled Banner for one last time at Candlestick Park.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we brought stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight. O'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, came through to the night, that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave over the land of the free and the home of God.
Well over 60,000 fans are set for baseball, and so are we. It's the Giants and the Dodgers coming up right here on Fox Sports Net Bay Area in the final Giants game ever at the Stick. For Rod Brooks and Gary Radnich, I'm Glenn Kuiper. I hope you enjoyed this edition of the CHW Giants pregame report. We'll be back after the game with all the postgame ceremonies from down here on the field. Right now, Dwayne Kuiper and Mike Krukow are standing by for the call of the game. Guys, take it away.
All right, thanks, Glenn. And, of course, I'm here with Mike Krukow. And I think, Mike, the neatest thing so far that we have seen is the fans, yes, are here to say goodbye, but they also the chant of Beat LA as we take a look at the Hall of Famer, Juan Marichal.
Clubhouse before the game today, the Giants players have been caught up in it, and they want to win. This is not just to finish off the schedule. Today it's John Estes against Jeff Williams, and I tell you what, Tyke, this is exactly what it feels like in a playoff game. They're ready, and so are we.
All right, Juan Marichal throwing out the first pitch. And Marichal, along with many of the former Giants, are here today to celebrate the final game here at Candlestick Park. All right, remember, no tears yet. It's the Giants and the Dodgers. And that's just the way it should be to close it out. We'll have the starting lineups right after this.
Flying to Phoenix for business? If these 44 reasons don't convince you to fly Southwest Airlines to Phoenix, maybe this will. Call 1-800-I-FLY-SWA.
You are now free to move about the country.
Hey, Jim, now listen, I got it right here, buddy. It's icy cold and tasting great. Now, come on, Jeff, you tell me, is there anybody in this world who deserves this here Pepsi more than you?
Hi, Jeff.
See you later, Jeff.
Now, that's what I call motivation.
I don't know where she came from.
Don't worry, Jeff. There's always Daytona.
The horses really don't like me. They think, oh, well, there's that darn truck. It's time to go to the barn. I don't want to be ridden today. That's not my fault. I don't ride them. I just take them where they need to go. They blame me. Can you believe? But luckily, my owner, he takes care of me. He knows my engine's made for a high-octane gas like Chevron Supreme with Techron. And that Techron, it helps keep my emissions low.
Low premium outperforms Chevron Supreme with Techron. Chevron, simply smarter.
My emissions are fine. The horses' emissions, they're questionable.
It's the beat of a different drummer. Dodge Intrepid. Well-equipped 19950.
Does this look like France to you?
Computer says we're over in Paris.
But that's a yak. Didn't you check that computer out before you bought it?
No. Why?
Before you buy technology products, read the reviews on CNET.com.
Oh, look, there's the Eiffel Tower.
Giants Baseball is brought to you by Southwest Airlines. With fares so low, you have the freedom to go places. By Pepsi, the joy of cola. By the company you count on wherever life takes you. General Motors, people in motion. By Aflac, without it, no insurance is complete. By Heineken, it's all about the beer. Heineken. And by Chevron. To reduce knocking, try Chevron Supreme with the Techron additive. Chevron, simply smart.
Well, what you're looking at is McCovey Cove. And that, of course, is what we will call it when we get to Pacific Bell Park over the right field wall. Here at Candlestick Park, it is a playoff World Series atmosphere. And what do you think is going through the mind of that guy?
Well, I tell you, of all the people here who has the biggest reason to be melancholy, it's Mike Murphy. Because he's got all of his boys back in town. Just a horde of ex-Giants players went through Mike's clubhouse today. Herman Franks, Roger Craig, Jim Barr, Hobie Landreth, Juan Marichal, Orlando Cepeda, Willie Mays, Dave Righetti, Chris Spire. And every time one came in, Murph teared up a bit.
Yep, and all you have to do with Murph to get rid of him is put a tape recorder in front of him or put a camera on Mike Murphy, and he is going to take a hike. And this was a day for Murph. It started very early this morning, and you could tell this was not a normal day for Mike Murphy. He was wound a little tight, and I think that Murph will be happy, as will everyone here, when this game gets underway and they throw the first pitch.
Well, it's been kind of a game of the Giants to try and get Murph to say he wants to go to the new ballpark. He has not said it yet, and I'm not sure he ever will. This is his home for 40 years.
Well, it opened on April 12th, 1960, and that was obviously a very special day. Over 42,000 watched it. As Richard Nixon, vice president at the time, said Sam Jones, all he did was throw a 3-hitter. And Willie Mays started a 16-game hitting streak. Leon Wagner hit the first home run ever at the stick. Tell it goodbye, beat L.A., and I think really that's the theme. It's not just saying goodbye. It's the fact that the Giants are playing the Dodgers, and the fans reminded all of us of that about 10 minutes ago when the chant of beat L.A. just went from section to section, and that's
what this game is all about. And you know the significance of this game if all you have to do is look at the lineups. All right, it's the Dodgers and the Giants, and an absolute gorgeous day. We'll be back with more pregame festivities right after this. Well, it is tell it goodbye day at the ballpark, and the Giants are waiting for Sean Estes to get loose, and this is also a time, Mike, it can be very difficult for the starting pitcher because you never quite know what time the first pitch is going to be.
Well, as difficult as it is for Sean Estes, and there's distraction. You only have to look to the other side of the field to rookie Jeff Williams, and you have to try and imagine what he's going through. And he's going to pitch in front of 60,000 people today. It's got the bunting hung on the sidelines of the field, very much like that you'd see in a playoff or a World Series game. So if Sean Estes has butterflies, and I'm sure he does, Jeff Williams has them tenfold.
Well, look at this powerful group. Dusty Baker. And there's Bill Rigney and Charlie Fox. And they are all exchanging autographs. Roger Craig. And, Herman Franks is down there at the very end. You know, we used to say that Roger Craig looked like LBJ. More and more. As he gets older, he is LBJ. Take a look at him. Boy, what a great skipper he was for you.
Oh, boy, I tell you, he took us all to another level, and he brought the pride back to the city and to the Giants organization. And it was just the most, probably of all the things that I was privileged to be part of in this game, that was the one I'm most proud of. And if it wasn't for Roger Craig and Al Rosen and Bob Lurie, it never would have happened.
Now what's happening are these gentlemen, the managers, the former managers, are all coming out to exchange the lineup card with Dusty Baker and Bill Rigney, who has always had hip problems. He's had a number of hip replacements. Is leaning on the Giants manager as they head out to home plate. And this is a great sight.
A lot of baseball in that five-some.
And Roger Craig with the biggest ovation. A lot of these umpires, heck, weren't even born when Bill Rigney and Herman Franks were managing. This is really a special day for the players as well, because they're going to take this in and take it in as much as they can.
Well, they have, and they've gotten caught up in the moment. And if you walk around the clubhouse today, when all of the hoopla that was in the Giants clubhouse before the game cleared out, and it was just the Giants players, it got very quiet. This is a game that they want to win. It's a series that they want to win. They want to win it for the great fans who are here today, and they want to win it for themselves. They want to win it for the players that played here before them. Wow, we should be in the Giants clubhouse today. And on the other side of the fence, the Dodgers want to spoil the party. And that's the way it should be.
Dusty Baker, of course, was on.
All right, thank you.
Those staffs with Roger Craig.
Gene Klein's giving Herman Franks a hug. Gene Klein's in Chicago went from being an active player to a coach, and he was on Herman Frank's staff. His first opportunity to coach the big leagues because of Herman.
Barry Bonds will play his last game of the year. He's having surgery, scheduled surgery, tomorrow. But we have seen Bonds play on one leg in this series. And we've also determined that he's the best one-legged player we've ever seen.
I asked him this morning how his legs felt. He said, don't ask. Didn't get much sleep last night. A lot of pain because of the load he put on it running the bases. A slide at the plate that aggravated it. An awkward turnaround first base where he collided with Eric Karras that aggravated. And he says he's got 9 good innings or whatever it takes today. Left in that leg before he goes under the knife tomorrow. He is aware of the Giants' history of this ballpark, probably more than any other Giant. And and he wants to win this ball game today. He wants this ballpark to go out a winner. He thinks it deserves to go out a winner. And that's their mission today.
Remember, this was a ballpark that he was raised in. Another player that this day is very special to is F.P. Santangelo. Kid that came out to this park, loved the Giants as a youngster in Sacramento, and seen the older guys as they've come through the doors in the clubhouse. He's loved every minute of it. And now the Giants take the field. And as you would expect, the people here at Candlestick, it's a full house, are on their feet. And what a great shot that is. Is full. It is a special ballpark. All right, let's take a look at the Dodgers starting lineup, brought to you by Southwest Airlines. Eric Young will lead it off, followed by Mark Grizzolonic. Gary Sheffield is hitting third, 35 home runs. Take a look at that at the stick. Eric Karros against the Giants, 14 RBIs in 11 games. Raul Mondesi will hit fifth. Devon White is in the sixth slot. Adrian Beltre seventh. Paul LaDuca is hitting eighth, and Jeff Williams, the pitcher, will hit ninth.
Let's take a look at our Pepsi pitcher profile on left-handed hurler Sean Estes, a three-pitch pitcher, an average of 91 to 95 miles per hour on the fastball. Can do a couple things with it. He can cut it and sink it. Got a great curveball and an outstanding changeup. He's starting to throw more and more. And when he mixes those pitches, he's effective. Candlestick this year in daytime, 5-0 to 2.45 ERA, and he's the kind of pitcher that handles adrenaline well. And I really think in his last outing he did not pitch well because he was looking forward to today. Defensively behind Estes, the Giants will have Bonds, Bernard, and Burks in the outfield with Miller, Aurelia, Kent, and Snow across the infield. Brent Maine will get the assignment to do the catching in the last game ever played here at Candlestick Park. And Sean Estes gets the assignment to try and win that ball game. And here are our General Motors keys to the game. One, win at all costs. That's right. They want to win this game, and Dusty Baker's going to play it like a playoff game. Go out and make Candlestick proud. The place has had great history. No better way to make it even greater than to win the last game. And say goodbye with style. All three goals the Giants will try to accomplish today on a bright, sunny, warm afternoon, the last day ever. A baseball game will be played in this field.
And Estes' first pitch to Young misses, 1 ball to no strikes. So we get underway at 1:17. And Estes with a strike. And we talked about adrenaline gains before, Mike. And I've always thought you said it correctly. It affects the breaking ball more than the fastball, doesn't it?
Well, it does. And any kind of a finesse pitch, you have a tendency to overthrow. You don't have a real good feel of it. But I think a guy who has a fastball like Estes, it's a four-seam when he goes with mostly.
And a strike, and it's 3-2.
That's a pitch that benefits with adrenaline. You don't have to have great feel for it to get through that adrenaline surge and wear it down, which usually takes about an inning or two. Guys who throw sinkers oftentimes throw too hard, they throw through their sinkers.
And that breaking ball just missed, and it's a full count. Ron Culpa is the umpire behind home plate. And that's hit into center field. Michael Bernard going back with room. 1 down. So Estes, who is working on a pretty good infield.
He's got a good focus. You can always see it. There's not much interaction with those around him. He gets in that lone little world. Guy comes from the mound into the dugout. He's not waving at the fans. I mean, he's focused. He's looking at the grass. He's thinking about the lineup he's about to pitch to. In his mind, he's already pitched this game about 100 times.
Grizzolonic takes the pitch low and in. Grizzolonic hitting .321. 7 home runs, 43 RBIs. He, this year, has been a very tough out for the Giants.
Good hitter. Mark Gardner calls him a typical Montreal Expos hitter. And I said, well, what's that mean? He says that they're in the pitch they can't hit.
And there's a breaking ball that he chased wildly, and it's 1-2.
They swing at everything, and he just proved positive there. I think right now Estes has a very quick rhythm. It's going to take a while for that to wear down and soften up a bit. A little quicker pace than he normally throws, understandably.
1-2. On deck is Gary Sheffield. Big breaking ball is outside. Grzelcyk went 2 for 5 in the loss last night. Got him.
Oh, and that's a great pitch right there. He got him with a 2-2 changeup. And that's something Ron Peronowski's been talking to Estes about, using the changeup as a strikeout pitch. And boy, he locates it perfectly right below the strike zone. And he gets Grzelcyk, a good fastball hitter, thinking hard stuff, to get out front. Strike 3, see you later. Grab some pine.
Here's Gary Sheffield. Sheffield batting .299. 33 home runs, 98 RBIs. Sheffield right now making Estes wait. Shot into center field. Bernard coming in, and he'll back off, and the ball hits off his chest, and Sheffield's going to hold at first with a single.
Boy, that was a knuckleball going out to Marvin Bernard about 140 miles an hour. When you hit a ball that squarely, you take all the spin off it. And Marvin trying to wrestle it down, that's a tough play.
So the 2-out single bringing Eric Karros to the plate, and we talked about Grzelcyk being a tough out. Karros 2 for 5 on Tuesday, 3 for 5 in the game last night. And the thing with Karros, he's been picking up his base hits all over the ballpark, hit sharply past Aurelia. So very similar to the first inning last night, when Levon Hernandez got the first couple of outs and then ended up pitching with the bases loaded, only to get Hollingsworth to fly out to left field.
And he got that third out, and he got that first zero, and it was so important. Talked about last night, and it's true today. The sooner the Giants can get this fan, this large crowd into the game, the better off they're going to be. And early zeros for Estes and early runs for the offense are the key.
Now here's Mondesi hitting .252, 32 home runs, 93 RBIs. Mondesi in the series is 3 for 8. Lifetime against Estes, 3 for 24 with 10 strikeouts. And the pitch, swing and a miss, and it's 0-1. So Estes in Maine taking advantage of the very aggressive Raul Mondesi. Devon White is on deck. Mondesi takes a fastball for a strike, and he doesn't buy it, and it's 0-2. And Mondesi, very obvious, unhappy.
Yeah, they sit outside, and I think Mondesi's got a point.
He does.
If that's a strike, it's going to be a 0-0 ball game. But if I'm Estes, I go right back out the same location.
Oh, 2 pitch is out there again, but that missed 1-2. Here's the pitch that Mondesi disputed.
Pretty good argument.
1 ball and 2 strikes. The long look to second. Mondesi takes inside. He tried trying to hit the inside corner and just missed.
Boy, he was thinking away, too. He was got a little bit of a lean. That ball came inside. He couldn't get off a swing. He just had to drift out of the way. He set up late, and he almost walks into it. Curveball down below the strike zone. Strike 3 right here.
Got him. Mondesi takes another look. Culpa says, sit down. Giants coming up.
Dear Shell, my name is Cameron Smith, and I have an idea. Give away air. If you're driving along with a low tire, then you're already not having a great day. And then having to fish around for a quarter to buy something that's basically free in the first place doesn't make it any better. Free air. It just makes sense to me. Thank you for listening. Sincerely, Cameron Smith.
What is about? There's something evolving. Whatever may come, the world keeps revolving. They say the next big thing is here, that the revolution's near. But to me it seems quite clear that it's all just a little bit of history repeating.
In our family, men lose their hair early. Thank you. By the time we hit 30, we don't have to invest much in combs. So I started using Rogaine when I was like 28, at the first sign of fallout. Before I looked like I needed it, because I knew I would. So here I am. I've been using Rogaine for about 2 years now, right at the source of the problem, and I don't see any difference. And that's the idea. You keep the hair you have. Look, I love my dad. I'm just not in a rush to look like him. Simple, safe, smart. Rogaine. It's stronger than heredity.
You can't spell amazing season without the A's. And their wild playoff run is right here on Fox Sports Net Bay Area. The A's face the Angels tonight at 7, only on Fox Sports Net Bay Area.
Well, it's a full house, and they're here to watch the final game of this ballpark. Murph, ready for the next 40. Here's the San Francisco Giants lineup, brought to you by Southwest Airlines. Leading off will be Marvin Bernard. Batting second, Bill Miller. Barry Bonds. Bonds will hit third. The cleanup hitter is Jeff Kent. Ellis Burks batting fifth. Sixth is J.T. Snow. Rich Aurilia seventh. Brent Mayne eighth. And Sean Estes is hitting ninth.
Take a look at our Pepsi pitcher profile for left-hander Jeff Williams, a 4-pitch pitcher with a fastball, curveball, slider, and a changeup. He'll throw anything at any time, and he's going to have to suppress that adrenaline hit he's got going right now. Nothing in his short career could possibly have prepared him for this game today.
And the pitch to Bernard is inside. Bernard hitting .283, 15 home runs, 61 RBIs.
You know, we talked about sinker ball pitchers being guys that are probably the most handicapped in big games. And that's because they throw so hard they don't get a sink, and that's the type of pitcher that Jeff Williams is.
Estes watching. And Bernard hits one to left field. And it's way back. Far back. Tell it bye-bye, baby! And that home run brought to you by your Northern California Nissan dealers.
They wanted to get the crowd into the game early. Bingo! A fastball right out over the plate, right at the belt, and Marvin knows just what to do with it. Puts a good swing on it, gets backspin on it, and rides it right out of here the opposite way. And now the curtain call.
Bill Miller. And Miller takes a strike.
Jeff Williams with one major league victory, and that's his 2 starts ago against the Giants at Dodger Stadium. Through 5 innings, gave up 1 earned run on 2 hits. Looked outstanding that night.
Miller fouls it out of play.
Well, when you're on the road and you got a gray uniform on and you light up a crowd when one of the hometown guys takes you deep, it's a bad feeling.
Miller hits a high fly ball to right field. Mondesi, shading his eyes, makes the catch.
Defensively for the Dodgers today, they'll have Sheffield, White, Mondesi in the outfield. Beltre, Grzelcyk, Young, and Karros across the infield. Paul LaDuca gets the assignment behind the dish doing the catching. And young Jeff Williams, a native of Australia, looking for his second major league victory.
Here's Bonds, a home run last night. And Bonds takes up and away, 1 ball and no strikes.
Jeff Williams, not a big guy, 6 feet tall, 185-pounder.
And it's low, 2-0. Bonds, 83 RBIs, hitting .265. Swing and a miss, 2-1.
90-mile-an-hour fastball from Williams.
And Bonds chases another pitch, and it's 2-2. Would think that the thing that, you know, Bonds and Kent and Burks, the power guys, it's so hard not to think home run on every pitch just because of the crowd. Bonds goes the other way, a little nubber, and that is a foul ball. Jeff Kent on deck, number 25. Bonds pops it up to right field. Mondesi coming in, and he puts it away, and there's 2 down.
But good mixture of speeds right there from the young left-hander. Really had Bonds out front.
Here's Jeff Kent. Kent hit home run number 23 into right center field last night. Kent needs 1 RBI for 100, and that would give him 3 years in a row where he's knocked in 100, and that is significant. Here's the pitch, and it's a strike. Kent will become the 3rd second baseman to do that. Swing and a miss, and it's 0-2 in 3 straight years. Charlie Gehringer did it with the Tigers, and Bobby Doerr did it with Boston. And we're talking about hasn't been done in almost 50 years. 0-2 pitch to Kent. Outside, 1-2. And indeed it is. Tell it goodbye. Up and in to Kent, 2-2.
He's diving out there on a bit of a lean, looking away, and almost walked into a pitch pretty much the same way Mondesi did in his at bat. Straightens him up. They say this lefty is not afraid to come inside, and I believe it.
Strike 3 called. And the inning is over, so giving up the home run to Bernard. After that, Williams settles in to retire Miller, Bonds, and Kent. Marvin Bernard, bye-bye, baby. 1-0 Giants.
Check out the Giants Dugout stores for sportswear, gifts, and Giants tickets. With 7 locations in the Bay Area, there's a dugout near you.
For most of us, buying a new or used car is the 2nd largest purchase we will ever make. It should be an enjoyable experience. One way to ensure that it is enjoyable is to buy from someone you trust. One of the best measures of trustworthiness is longevity. Only one Central Coast auto dealership has been owned and operated by the same family for 76 years. Richardson Chevrolet, Salinas.
Richardson Chevrolet. You know you're in for some good pizza eating when you go to Straw Hat. That's a given. But did you know Straw Hat offers special packages for birthday parties, little league to bigger leagues, or any occasion, and all at special discounts? With the best pizza in town and in a fun atmosphere, anytime you go to Straw Hat, you'll feel like you're going to a party. Straw Hat Pizza on Auto Plaza Drive off of 41st Avenue and Highway 1, and on Freedom Boulevard in Aptos. Being careful isn't enough. Accidents do happen, and work injuries still occur. If you're hurt on the job, you need the certified specialists at Rucka, O'Boyle, Lombardo, and McKenna for expert legal advice. Don't wait until it's too late.
Making a false or fraudulent workers' compensation claim is a felony, subject to up to 5 years in prison or a fine of up to $50,000 or double the value of the fraud, whichever is greater, or both imprisonment and fine.
Giants 1, Dodgers nothing to the top half of the second inning. Now I'd like to tell you about our Giants leaderboards, brought to you by CHW Bay Area, the leader in sports medicine. And our Giants leaderboard today is most home runs at Candlestick as a member of the Giants. Willie McCovey on top of that list with 231. Willie Mays with 202. Barry Bonds 135. Matt Williams 129. And Bobby Bonds 103.
Here's Devon White. White batting .270, 14 home runs, 67 RBIs. White takes a strike. White a switch hitter. Pretty consistent. Hitting .291 right-handed, .262 left-handed. And the curveball misses low. Adrian Beltre on deck, and then Paul LaDuca. We're in the second on an unbelievable day here at the ballpark. The weather, it is almost as if Candlestick Park said, you complained about the cold weather all these years, take this. Burks, track, and at the wall he makes the catch.
Okay, Devon White's one of those guys that scares me in a big game like the game today. And he can turn it up a notch. It's a fastball out of the plate away, goes with the location. And Burks using all the Candlestick to haul this one in. Good concentration. Watch him look right into the glove. Now find the wall.
Swinging a foul back is Adrian Beltre. Takes a wicked cut. Pete Alonso with a nice camera angle on that catch by Ellis Burks. There's Pete. As you can see, Pete combed his hair for the big game today.
Yeah, he used his shoe.
One ball and one strike. And baby Pete, don't let a huge game like this get in the way of that wonderful hairdo.
Well, we're not buying it. For years he said that his hair would get messed up because of the wind at Candlestick.
Must be the humidity, huh? Today? 2 balls and 1 strike to Beltre. And now it's 3-1. Estes a couple of strikeouts in the first inning. And the walk. Well, this place has been sold out for quite a while. And as you look around, anytime you see section 61, 59, straightaway center field in the upper deck, you see people in those seats. That's as good a crowd as you're going to get. My requests for tickets for this game? Probably 100.
At least.
There's a strike.
I mean, it started last year. Giants fans anticipating this day for a long time. And it has come as advertised. A game that everybody wants to see. And I just think the schedule makers were letting it be the Dodgers that the Giants teed up against one last time here at the Stick.
A little high to LaDuca. Glenn Hoffman, the third base coach, running through the sign. Bernard shading LaDuca towards right center field. The gap for LaDuca is in left center. And now Estes throws to first. Beltre, 17 steals. He's been thrown out 6 times.
And I think he had a little bit of a lean going. Pitch he didn't have at the start of the year. He put a slide step on to have a quick release to sort of upset the timing of Beltre. And the pitch he didn't have was that big overhand curveball. Normally when he would slide step, he would go with the fastball. But Estes has come so far this year.
And again to throw to first.
See the scrape there on the mound. Comes over and steps. Now when he starts home, his back foot will scrape that patch. Skid mark.
And there's a shot into right center field. That'll be a base hit. Hustling over to third is Beltre. LaDuca with a single. Dodgers runners at the corners with 1 out.
Now Paul LaDuca had a couple of at-bats in Los Angeles that were impressive. It seemed like every time he made a mistake in location and it got a ball up to him, he was all over it. And he shows the same ability here in this at-bat. He got a high fastball. Keeps that top hand on the ball. And just drives it right into right center.
Well, the Giants had their defense set properly. However, LaDuca hit a line drive.
Not a big guy, just 5'10". That was right across his letters, the top of the strike zone. Put that down the scout report. Good high ball hitter.
Jeff Williams, 0 for 3. And a good chance he'd be trying to bunt in the spot. And it's low. 1 ball and no strike. This kid is from Australia. However, did pitch at Southeastern Louisiana. Squeeze. And they got Beltre in a rundown. And the throw. And another throw, and Estes tags him out. It's a great play if it works. It stinks if it doesn't.
Well, it looked to me like Jeff Williams didn't get the sign because he actually pulled the ball, his bat back. On a suicide squeeze, you got to jump out and make an effort if the ball's 10 feet over your head. And for Adrian Beltre, he times it right, and he's hung up. When he sees the effort from Williams, he's got nowhere to go. And really not a very good rundown employed by the Giants. They ran him back to the lead bag, which is not where you want to do. Not what you want to do.
And Williams fouls it out of play. And Williams had a pretty good rip. Outside for Estes. Williams is the guy he wants. He does not want to have to face Eric Young. And he walked him.
I'm really surprised at that play from Davey Johnson. The conventional play would have been a standard sacrifice to move LaDuca in the scoring position at second base, give up an out, and then turn the lineup over and let Eric Young have a chance to knock two men in with a base hit. And I can't believe he knows enough about Jeff Williams' bunting ability to put a squeeze on it and play in a game like this. And Jeff Williams did not react to the pitch well. He brought the bat back. The pitch was outside. He brought the bat back. It was called a ball, but in a suicide squeeze situation, you've got to get down and you've got to get that, at least make an effort to the ball. It wasn't Beltre that missed the sign. He got the verbal sign from Hoffman, the third base coach.
Well, it's up to Estes now to go after Eric Young, and the pitch is low and away. 1 ball and no strike. Young hit a fly ball to Marvin Bernard to open up the ball game. LaDuca at second, Williams at first, and it's 2 balls and no strike. And that's a base hit. Ellis Burks is charging, and LaDuca is going to score, and this game is tied. So the mistake by Estes in walking Williams comes back to hurt him. And it gets a poor executed squeeze play. It's that decision and the manager's decision off the hook.
Boy, nice little swing put on by Eric Young. Outside fastball. Just using his hands. Staying on top. Going the other way. And it's the 2-out base hit that was the key last night, and it's significant again today.
Grzelcyk struck out in the first inning. Big curveball, and that's in for a strike. Young has stolen 50 bags this year, and the Dodgers would like to have Young at second base with Grzelcyk at the plate, and we'll see if Davey Johnson has any intentions of sending Eric Young. Another curveball is high. 1 ball and 1 strike.
I don't think it's a good time for the Dodgers to try to steal. I think it's important for Grzelcyk to try and swing the bat and get the inning prolonged to Sheffield and Karras and not risk a stolen base attempt from Eric Young. They already have a runner in scoring position at third base, so it's not like they gain a lot. Plus, with a couple of walks this inning already, it's not that far-fetched to think that Estes might walk Grzelcyk and move Eric Young up on his own.
Plus, Young has been caught 21 times. That's the most in the National League. 2-1 to Grzelcyk. And that's down the right field line, and this could be trouble. Burks giving chase, and that is a fair ball. Williams comes in to score. It's a ground rule double. It's now 2-1.
And that's a break. That ball doesn't bounce out of play. Eric Young walks in for the third Dodger run.
The 2 walks in this inning have both scored.
Jeff Williams getting some high fives from his buddies.
And now Estes has to deal with Sheffield.
Now Sheffield's a pretty patient hitter. He's not a guy likely to go out of the strike zone. And what Estes should be doing is corner pitching him through it out the at-bat. Every pitch is like an 0-2 count because he's got the open base. But boy, I tell you, it's a tough customer on deck too. Eric Karras has been red hot.
Blocked by Maine. 1 ball and no strikes. Estes trying to get out of this jam here in the second inning. And it looked like he was on his way to doing it. And that fastball is high. 2-0.
Got a pitch. Can't start just throwing it up there. Cannot bang your head against Sheffield. You try and muscle up and throw fastballs by him, you will lose.
And he took a rip.
Ooh, that's close.
Sheffield with 2 outs in the first inning. Lined one just in front of Marvin Bernard. Two runners in scoring position here in the second. 2 in. And that's very high, and now it's 3-1. Eric Karros on deck. And the walk.
Well, he uses mulligan. Now there's no place to put Karros. And Dusty's sending out Ron Peronowski just to refocus.
.49 pitches for Sean Estes.
Now, pitch count really isn't going to make a whole lot of difference today. I mean, Dusty's going to play this game like the 7th game of the World Series. He really will go right through his bullpen. He might have used other starters in this ball game to get a win. It was a bases-loaded situation in yesterday's ball game that Livan Hernandez had early on that he was able to pitch through. First inning. Got Todd Hollinsworth to fly out to Barry Bonds in the inning. And that was a huge out that Livan got. And today, Estes being challenged in much the same way.
So here's Eric Karros. Karros with a base hit in the first inning. .356 hitter with the bags loaded. 0-1.
Well, he pulled off that location on the outside part of the plate. Head really snapped around. Watch the head, Eric Karros. Yanks right out.
And Karros, who likes the pitch up, fouled it straight back, and it's 0-2. It's the type of swing you want to see out of a cleanup hitter. 0-2 to Karros. They're going away, and it's 1-2.
That's a good pitch. That's a good 0-2 pitch. It's just off the plate where you're not going to get hurt. Some umpires will even give you the strike. A good teaser.
Now timeout is called by Karros.
You have 3 pitches you can come back with off that. You can go inside with a fastball. You can go back out there with a fastball. You can try and backdoor the breakable. All effectively set up by that good 0-2 low outside location just off the plate.
And they're going to check. He went around. And Estes gets out of it by only allowing the 2 runs. And it could have been worse. Karros not happy. Giants coming up. Ellis Burks will lead it off. 2-1 Dodgers.
Book your travel online with Southwest Airlines. And you'll automatically get double Rapid Rewards flight credits, which means 4 round trips get you a free ticket. And some downtime for your computer. And American Express card members can use membership rewards points to earn free Southwest Airlines tickets even faster.
You are now free to move about the country.
Introducing a radically new SUV. The new Nissan Xterra. Choose your sick days wisely.
What do you have, folks? A large pepperoni pizza.
And a Pepsi, please.
Sure thing, Curly.
Thank you.
We both know I ordered a Pepsi-Cola, and now you've insulted me by offering me this. I'd like to give you a chance to make amends. Capiche? Here you go.
Good eye.
Hey, what's it gonna take to get you to buy this computer today, huh? Come here, tell you what I'm gonna do. I'll upgrade your Sims to DIMMs, no charge. You'll even throw in a SCSI card. See how you know, mouse pad. You want the mouse pad? 100% pure real neoprene. Come on, let me talk to you.
Missouri-Memphis highlights college football Saturday on Fox Sports Net.
Well, a reminder about the Pacific Bell Park season tickets. They're on sale right now, and a $250 deposit will get you a down on a great seat. Good seats still are available. Call 1-800-5-GIANTS or go to the Giants website at www.sfgiants.com.
195 days, and you're not going to believe it. The weather over there today,
yeah,
foggy, windy, and a little drizzle. No, not true.
No games left here. This is it.
Here's Ellis Burks, and Burke pops it up. Right side of the diamond. Eric Karros makes the catch.
Karros is still steamed about his at-bat. I love it.
All right, here's one of the many great moments at Candlestick Park. Swinging a chopper again. He has to come home. There's one. The throw to first. He got out of there. I don't believe it. Eddie Miller. And it goes. And that was September 18th, 1997. J.T. Snow takes a strike. I still don't believe it.
That was a miracle.
I still don't believe
There's
it.
no way he gets out of that. Nobody out. Todd Zeal comes up, strikes him out looking at inside part of the plate with about a 78-mile-an-hour fastball that locks him up.
If the Giants had lost that game, they'd have been 2 out. It turned out, I mean, it was a 2-game swing. Snow takes the breaking ball for a strike, 1 and 2.
That was a great 2-game series.
J.T. Snow batting .272, and he swings and misses, and Williams with his second strikeout, bringing up Richard Ray.
I'll say this for the youngster, Jeff Williams opened up this ball game, gave up a home run to Mark Bernard, and he has really settled down into a nice rhythm. He's established all of his pitches. And he's got a live arm. Through 5 good innings in Los Angeles against the Giants, giving up just a couple of hits. It was his first big league victory. And he looks tough early on.
Takes the pitch high. It's 279, 21 home runs, 76 RBI.
Before the game, I saw former outfielder Don Landrum played for the Giants in 1966.
It's hit foul.
And he grabbed me by the arm. He says, "I want you to do me a favor. I want you to say hello to the Monday Night Card Group in Antioch." He says, "They're great Giants fans, and I've been winning money from them for a long time, and I got to be nice to them, or they're going to kick me out of the group."
Okay, Donnie. Cook and I will help you continue to make more cash.
He says they're better than a pension.
On the ground to Grizzolani. And his throw to first is in time. And Jeff Williams with a 1-2-3 inning. He's retired 6 in a row. After 2 innings here at Candlestick, it's 2-1 LA.
Your Giants, Fox Attitude, only on Fox Sports Net Bay Area. It's a season-ending showdown as the Giants try to crumble the Rockies. San Francisco meets Colorado Sunday at noon, only on Fox Sports Net Bay Area.
From a beautiful garden walk to an elegant rock wall and wherever your designs may take you, Antolini Company provides a wide variety of masonry and landscaping supplies to help make those dreams come true. Over 30 years in business, we have the knowledge and experience to offer you the very best assistance possible in picking the right stone for you. But don't just take our word for it. Come and visit Antolini Company today and see for yourself. Antolini Company, where we're known for our stone.
For most of us, buying a new or used car is the second largest purchase we will ever make. It should be an enjoyable experience. One way to ensure that it is enjoyable is to buy from someone you trust. One of the best measures of trustworthiness is longevity. Only one Central Coast auto dealership has been owned and operated by the same family for 76 years. Richardson Chevrolet, Salinas.
Richardson Chevrolet.
For something as important as roofing and waterproofing, you want quality, professional integrity, and commitment to excellence. Lewis & Ripperetti has the experience and background to safeguard your home or business by being simply the best. From flat roof to steep roof replacement and waterproofing systems for decks to walkways, Lewis & Ripperetti guarantees the best materials and crews for the job. Lewis & Ripperetti. That's Ripperetti. They are simply the best.
Got him. He struck him out to end the inning. Bond, he hits it hard and deep. And listen to this crowd. Upper deck. On the ground, Vizcaino has it. And this one is over. And game one belongs to the Giants, and they are one back in the National League West. And here's Raul Mondesi. And a big breaking ball is high. That ball game was September 17th. That was right before the Rod Beck clip that you saw. Mondesi struck out looking in the first, swing and a miss. 1 ball and 1 strike. And I think that watching that highlight, Mike, is the look in Roberto Hernandez's eyes. And here was a guy that had probably only been in a Giants uniform for about a month, maybe 6 weeks. As Mondesi pops it up, J.T. Snow will battle the sun. Put it away. Take a look at Roberto Hernandez. Was he into it?
Oh, hey.
Look at this.
He came over the 1st of August. Danny Darwin and Wilson Alvarez, and they became Giants in a hurry.
They sure did.
And he was fun to be around.
And another great year. Devon White hit a fly ball to deep right center field in the 2nd inning. And he strikes one to center field. Marvin Bernard now moving into the gap is there, and he makes the catch. It's a very calm day up until maybe 10 minutes or so. The wind now is starting to swirl a bit here at the ballpark.
Well, I think the Candlestick has a few surprises left for us somewhere. It's not going to go down as calm as it has been the last couple of days. Something funky is going to happen today.
Yeah, we're going to see at least a couple of Safeway bags rolling through the outfield.
Yeah, full of cantaloupes.
Adrian Beltre walked in the 2nd, and he takes a strike. Swing and a miss, and it's 0-2.
And the adrenaline's starting to wear off, and it should be gone by the 1st or 2nd inning. And you can tell by the command a guy gets with his finesse pitch, like that curveball. That's to start to zero in with it.
And that just missed. It's 1-2. Estes to the plate. Curveball hit on the ground to Aurelia. And the one hopper to Aurelia, and he throws him out. And a very good inning for Sean Estes. Brent Main to lead it off. It's 2-1 L.A.
Picture this. It's the weekend and your team's on the tube. But today's the day you got some fix-it jobs to do. Can you get to Orchard, Park, find what you need, get it paid for,
Thank you.
and still get home in time for the game? Yes! Orchard won't slow you down. Even on weekends, you can still get all your fix-it needs in one easy shop and be home for the game. Why get stuck? Shopping made easy. Orchard, complete hardware and garden.
long last. Time to work a different shift. Dodge Intrepid ES with clutchless auto stick. Starts at $19,950. ES shown $24,905.
This is not a range. This is the fiery precision and impeccable timing of doing the rumba with a very, very, very good dancer. The dual fuel series with 13,000 BTU power burner, electric convection oven, warming drawer, a pulse racing pairing that raises a very unique kind of heat. Introducing Kenmore Elite.
You can't spell amazing season without the A's. And their wild playoff run is right here on Fox Sports Net Bay Area. The A's face the Angels tonight at 7, only on Fox Sports Net Bay Area.
Quite the base stealer that he was during the year when he stole 19. Ground ball to Robbie Thompson, to Uribe, to Clark. San Francisco Giants and the St. Louis Cardinals have split 4, and the Giants have just set a national...
I think, Mikey, the hardest thing about retiring is knowing you'll never recapture a moment like that.
No, I get to recapture it every time I play it back on tape. And would you mind playing that again a few more times today?
Here's Brent Maine to lead it off.
Oh, what a great night that was. And I saw Roger Craig this morning. It's so good to see the hum baby. And I think about that series. I think about the series in 1989 post-game. All right, our ball dude, nice pick.
Maybe. You know what? They're starting to know where the cameras are. Have you noticed that?
Well, they're good.
One of the many great fans here at the ballpark. 2-1 to Brent Maine. And Maine hits a high fly ball to left field. Sheffield puts it away. Here's Sean Estes. 9 hits in 60 trips to the plate. Estes pulls it fair down the left field line. Estes can run. Sheffield is digging it out, and Estes puts on the brakes. Now, he hit that like he knew it was coming.
Yeah, Lefty, I tell you what, he ran at second base and like he had ideas about going an extra 90 feet. Jeff Williams doesn't know it yet. Just a lazy breaking ball hangs right up there at the belt. High leg kick a la Melot. Stays behind it, rakes it down the line. And Sheffield had been well over into the left center field gap. He gave up the line. Estes an easy stand-up double. For a minute there, I thought he was going to go for 3.
Bernard hit a home run in the first inning. And he takes it low and in. 1 ball and no strikes. Bill Miller is on deck. 2-1 LA. And it's 2 balls and no strikes. Little FP Santangelo having a ball in the dugout. Hit on the ground to second. Young has got it. He'll straighten up and throw, and Bernard is retired. To third goes Estes, 2 away. Here's Bill Miller. Hit a fly ball to right field. Miller batting .282. Tying run at third base. We're in the bottom of the third. And that's in the dirt. Blocked by LaDuca.
Just exactly what we've grown accustomed to seeing when Bill Miller hits, and that's a straight-up defense.
One ball and no strike. Miller, base hit, game time.
Yeah, it's going to come down to who wins the battle of the two-out base hits.
With a big hit, a two-out hit. There's Alonic. Had a two-out hit. You're right.
And I expect something out of Bonds today too. It's a big game. He usually comes up big.
High down the left field line, Sheffield. Now moving towards the line, and he makes a catch and foul. Actually, the umpire said it was in fair territory, and that ends the inning. So Estes with a double, Miller to knock him in. It's 2-2.
The going away party continues online at sfgiants.com, where scores, stats, and Giants merchandise are at your fingertips.
Buying my car from Budget was quick and easy.
My wife and I came to Budget looking for a larger SUV. We found what we were looking for, and we were in and out of here in an hour.
We bought 4 cars here at Budget in the last few years and sold 2 of them on consignment, and we've been real satisfied with every transaction.
We found exactly what we were looking for at Budget.
Budget's a great place to make a deal.
From a beautiful garden walk to an elegant rock wall and wherever your designs may take you, Antolini Company provides a wide variety of masonry and landscaping supplies to help make those dreams come true. Over 30 years in business, we have the knowledge and experience to offer you the very best assistance possible in picking the right stone for you. But don't just take our word for it. Come and visit Antolini Company today and see for yourself. Antolini Company, where we're known for our stone.
For something as important as roofing and waterproofing, you want quality, professional integrity, and commitment to excellence. Lewis & Ripperetti has the experience and background to safeguard your home or business by being simply the best. From flat roof to steep roof replacement and waterproofing systems for decks to walkways, Lewis & Ripperetti guarantees the best materials and crews for the job. Lewis & Ripperetti, that's Ripperetti. They are simply the best.
Time now for our Aflac trivia question. What opposing pitcher has the most career losses at Candlestick Park? Let's think about that for a bit. Sean S. is going to tee it up now, no longer trailing in this ball game. A great two-out base hit from Billy Miller. And when your team gets you back in the ball game, the best thing you can do is to get them right back in the dugout swinging the bats. And it really looked like Estes calmed down the last inning, Kate. Starting to get a feel for the bottom part of the strike zone.
Well, he showed a lot more confidence than the second inning when he had some control problems. And the first pitch to Paul LaDuca is down low. Pitch is outside corner. 1 ball and 1 strike.
They're trying to softball him right now.
One ball and 1 strike. Popped up down the right field line, and that'll be a souvenir.
Well, they're staying away from hard stuff. I think they're convinced that LaDuca can hit a fastball. Every mistake that they've made that has been hard above the belt, he has smoked.
And that curveball way short. 2 balls and 2 strikes.
When you start to feel out a hitter who comes up out of the minor leagues, the first pitch you see if you can hit is the inside fastball. If you can't hit that one, you stay right in there.
And another pitch in the dirt. Full count.
If you can hit it, then you start throwing some breaking stuff up there. If you adjust well to that, then you got to start making a mixture of speeds and start dropping some good location.
Hit on the ground, and Miller's got it to his left. And he throws in time.
And every once in a while, you'll get a guy come through the league and hit everything. And that was Tony Gwynn. And Dwayne Kuiper.
I was going to say, you almost sounded like that sentence was over.
Sorry, I lost my head.
Williams fouls it out of play. You know, I got to tell you, there were times when I felt like Tony Gwynn. Nothing ever showed in the stats or the box score, but I felt like it.
Just had a good feel.
Yeah. The umbrella at Candlestick. And Williams with a line drive into center field, and that should be his first big league hit. Is somebody going to get the young man the baseball? Maybe in Australia that's not a big deal. Estes now throws it over to the Dodger dugout. Pop-up that Snow will give chase, and it's hit right down where Harmon Burns usually sits.
Harmon Burns, the senior partner for Giants Investment Group.
One to Eric Young, a single into right field and not going to run in the second. Inside, 1 ball and 1 strike. Young, who established himself as a solid major league player while wearing a Rockies uniform. High again, 2-1.
And his reputation is with that bat. I mean, he's a guy who's not really got a good reputation with his glove. He's not going to really hurt you with his glove, but he's not known for it. What he's known for is that ability to swing the wood.
Well, now Estes is falling behind 3-1 to Young. Williams, the pitcher, with his lead at first. And a high strike, and Eric Young got rid of the bat, and that always makes that home plate umpire very happy.
Well, right now he's doing some damage control. He's snuggling up to him a bit.
Slipped. You know, the bat slipped.
Yeah, sorry, Ron, didn't mean to show you up right there. I thought you said ball. That's my fault.
3-2. And Estes checks on Williams.
2-1 fastball. Ha, right down the middle. What are you talking about?
3-2 pitch. Into center field. Coming in is Bernard, still coming in. That's going to fall. And Williams read that hit all the way.
Yes, he did. No hesitation whatsoever. That's 1 out. I mean, he took off like there were 2 outs and he had nothing to lose. That's 2 times now. He's gone first and third today. So the kid's got some instinct. And once again, Sean Estes is about to face the heavy hitters of the Dodgers with men in scoring position.
Grizzolonic double down the right field line to knock in a run. Estes looking for the double play. And a snap throw by Estes, and Young gets back.
If Eric Young can get a big jump, you can steal. But if you're not absolutely sure you can get that bag, I don't think it's worth the risk again. You got a one-out man at third situation for Grzelcyk. They're looking for a fly ball to score him on a sack. When you have guys like Sheffield and Karras behind you, you're really in scoring position when you're at first base. Mondesi can be included in that group as well. All three hitters with over 30 home runs this year. I don't expect to see Young take off unless he absolutely has the bag.
Big breaking ball, and he gets the call. 1 ball and 1 strike. Estes with 1 inning where he retired the side in order. That was the 3rd. Hails away 2-1. Grzelcyk looking down to Hoffman. Grzelcyk's got good speed. If you're an infielder and it's a ground ball, you're going to have to turn the double play quickly. Up the middle and into center field, a base hit. Dodgers have retaken the lead. And again, it's been the bottom of the order that got things going. And then the top of the order knocking him in.
Dusty Baker's got to start thinking a little bit now about getting somebody down that bullpen. Little breaking ball that Grzelcyk goes down and gets. Not a bad location pitch. Good hitting right back up the middle. Not too much swing. Good control at bat.
Sheffield is singled and he's walked. Estes takes a long look at Eric Young. High to left field, Bonds. Drifting back. Young tagging at second. And Bonds' throw is to third base on a bounce. And I'd say that Mr. Sheffield just got underneath it.
Ooh, did he ever. Just missed it. But a big out for Estes. If he could get out of this inning with giving up the 1, the Giants would take it. But he's got one more bullet to dodge, and it's in the form of Eric Karras.
Well, he dodged a bullet with Karras in the second with the bases loaded and 2 outs. And struck him out.
You know, the wind's picked up just a little bit. That may have affected that ball. First night of the series, Sheffield hit 2 balls out there. There's absolutely no wind in a night game. And that ball looked exactly like those 2 home runs he hit in game 1 of the series. And I thought off the bat it was out of here.
Well, here's Karras. Swinging a foul out the end of the bat, and it's 0-1. 8 hits for the Dodgers. In the Giants win last night, the Dodgers had 12 hits. The Giants had 7. The Giants winning 5-1. High, 1 ball and 1 strike. Estes with 3 walks and 3 strikeouts. That's a pop-up that's sailing right below us. And it's 1-2. Estes with a long look into Brent Maine. The 1-2 pitch, and it's low and away. 2-2. Young at second base. Grizzolonic at first. And it's a full count.
A lot of pitches. Another big 3-2 pitch. Runners will be taken off.
Runners go. He walked it. So they're loaded for Mondesi.
They just can't keep setting the table for the heart of the lineup. And sooner or later, they're going to run into one.
The Dodgers stranded 2 in the first inning, 3 in the second. Young is at third, Grizzolonic at second, Karros at first. Mondesi is struck out looking, and he's popped out.
And watch out for this first pitch. A notorious first pitch hitter or swinger with the men in scoring position.
Full foul. And a number of fans down the left field line bringing their gloves. Estes standing tall on the mound, pitching a little windup. Close pitch, 1 ball and 1 strike.
That's the problem. When you've shown wildness in an inning, as he has done throughout this game with 4 walks, and you're not going to get those close pitches, especially at crunch time when he needs one right now.
One and 1. 2 balls and 1 strike. So Estes again walking the tightrope. 90 pitches. Swing and a miss, 2-2.
Oh, that was a changeup and a good one with a great location. And Brent Maine, good creativity here, calling this pitch in this location. That is his key, and he has not thrown enough of those today.
Two balls and 2 strikes. Here's the pitch. And it was a big breaking ball, and now it's a full count. Well, do you have the nerve to throw a 3-2 changeup right here?
Absolutely.
Three and 2, runners will be moving.
I mean, Mondesi's a tough guy to walk in this situation.
And Mondesi now asks for time. It's Maine and Estes trying to come together on the pitch selection. 3 and 2. And here it comes. Curveball pulled foul. Nice play down the left field line.
Dick Nadsum, 63-year-old ball dude from Saratoga. He and Barry Ryan are our ball dudes today. Barry Ryan on the first base side.
Young, Grizzolonic, Karros. 3 and 2. A run in. Estes trying to get out of it. Runners go. He walked him. And Dusty Baker now with a decision, and here he comes. So give Mondesi an RBI. 2 runs here in the 4th inning. It's 4-2 Dodgers. Spradlin's been throwing. And Dusty Baker looking into the eyes of Sean Estes. Here comes Ron Copeland. And Dusty's going to let Sean Estes pitch to White. Jeff Williams, the pitcher, led it off with a single. Young followed with a base hit. Grzelcyk with a single. Sheffield then did a fly ball to left field. And then 2 walks to Karros and Mondesi. Pitch to White is low. 1 ball and no strike. Adrian Beltre is on deck. Way outside, and Maine made a good play just to keep it within the ballpark.
Not close. And right now, if you're Devon White, you can really isolate one side of the plate because you know you're going to get a fastball.
And he got one, and that's fouled. Towards the end of the Giants dugout into the seats, and a souvenir. 2-1.
When you're not helping your defense out either, when you're keeping them out there on that defensive side of the field for as long as they've been out there today.
2-1 pitch. Outside, 3-1. Estes wants the ball back, and now he absolutely has to throw a strike. The walk. Comes Dusty Baker. The 3rd walk in a row. Spradlin's coming in. And the hitter will be Adrian Beltre. 5-2 Dodgers.
Well, that's the hardest thing about a road trip, is deciding where the best place is going to be for the conditions. Usually there's a little bit of argument about, oh, no, it'll be way better here. No, trust me, this is the spot. It's always, no, is it going to be epic? Is it going to be huge? Is it going to be small and junky? After that, wheel into the Chevron, get the cooler loaded up with goodies, tank up with some Techron, and we're revved and ready to go.
For a great ride, use Chevron with Techron.
Oh, dude.
Over 70 million people
are receiving an education on the internet this year.
7 out of 10 students on the web
say they are getting better grades.
One day, training for every job on Earth.
Training for every job on Earth will be available on the internet.
Are you ready?
Are you ready?
Are you ready?
Virtually all internet traffic travels across the systems of one company, Cisco Systems, empowering the internet generation.
Are you ready?
Are you?
Hey, Jeff. Now listen, I got it right here, buddy. It's icy cold and tasting great. Now come on, Jeff, you tell me, is there anybody in this world who deserves this here Pepsi more than you?
Hi, Jeff.
See you later, Jeff.
Now that's what I call motivation.
I don't know where she came from.
Don't worry, Jeff. There's always Daytona.
Two balls, 1 strike to Will Clark. Fastball, and it's all over! It's all over!
Well, that was August 10th, 1987. And Will Clark in extra innings with the home run to beat the Astros.
That was back when he had hair. It's back when everybody had a different look.
He upper tanked it, didn't he?
Yeah, yes, he did.
That was, of course, called by Joe Morgan. Spradlin in, and he's facing Adrian Beltre. This has not been a fun inning or half inning to watch. 3 runs in for the Dodgers. 3 singles and 3 walks. And Beltre spins on this one and fouls it down the left field line and out of play.
Who has a big old hanging breaking ball from Spradlin to open up the at-bat. It's a good thing it didn't find its way over the plate a little bit more. That's gotta get that bad boy down.
This is the 9th hitter to bat here in the 4th inning. Swinging a roller to the backstop, and it's 0-2.
That was a live 95 and on the hands.
There's Jeff Williams, who started this off with a 1-out single, his first major league hit. Down the right field line and out of play, a souvenir.
96 miles per hour from Spradlin, so he's brought his best fastball into today's ballgame. Trying to reach back for that one pitch that gets his team out of the inning.
To right field, Ellisberg's coming in, still coming in, and he will make the catch, and the inning is over. Well, the Dodgers pick up 3, they strand 3. 5-2 LA.
Can't believe he broke it at the company picnic.
Incredible. Our employee health plan covers him, right?
Not deductibles or co-payments.
So he has to lay out his own money.
Your health plan can work better with Aflac. Supplemental insurance from Aflac helps cover the unexpected costs of recovery, so you can give your employees the protection they need and deserve.
Any ideas?
Yeah, Aflac.
Aflac. Without it, no insurance is complete.
Now, what'll it be, sweetheart?
Let me guess. A nice, cold Pepsi. I wouldn't want to hear one of those crazy voices of yours, huh?
Honey, you ain't heard nothing yet. Hit it, fellas. Joy bubbles, joy fun, joy Pepsi on your tongue. The greatest taste sensation. You go, girl.
Now for a CHW sports tip.
Female athletes are at risk for developing anorexia and bulimia. Societal pressures for thinness and low-fat eating can begin as early as 3rd grade. Parents and coaches must be aware that encouraging female athletes to begin a calorie-restrictive diet can lead to eating disorders. Seek professional help first.
This health moment brought to you by the doctors and hospitals of CHW and their centers for sports medicine.
Can't miss Baseball Thursday. They've battled all season long for the NL East crown. Chipper Jones and the Braves face Mike Piazza and the Mets for the final time. Braves Mets tonight at 7 Eastern, 4 Pacific on Fox Sports Net.
Aflac trivia question: what opposing pitcher has the most career losses at Candlestick Park? That is a very good question.
Our survey said Fernando Valenzuela, 16 losses. His 10 wins is 7th best, but did not fare well. It was 16 times he got sent to the showers with an L.
All right, bottom of the 4th inning.
Now, the key for the Giants this inning is to show some patience.
Pitch is outside to Kent, who struck out in the 1st inning. 5-2.
As a hitter in this situation, you've got to think quality at bat. Can't get greedy and start coming out of your focus. Try and play catch up. Plenty of time left in the ball game. You got to scratch away. Good things happen with good at bats. Bobby Bonds used to tell his hitters, as hitting coach, the pressure's on that guy on the mound. And you have to remember that when you're up there trying to get a knock. Have a quality at bat, put a good quality couple of swings in an AB, and take your chances.
And takes low.
And patience in the strike zone is first and foremost.
Well, Kent ahead in the count right here. And he takes the walk. And that's how the fourth inning starts for the Giants. Let's take a look and listen to Patrick Hodges.
Number 23, Ellis Burke.
Yeah, the significance of Patrick Hodges is that is the grandson of Russ Hodges. And Russ Hodges, of course, one of the great broadcasters in New York and San Francisco Giants history.
He looks like Russ Hodges.
He does. I guarantee you, Lon Simmons watching that has got a tear in his eye.
Doesn't take much. When you start talking about Russ Hodges in front of Lon Simmons, he gets real quiet.
Burks takes a strike. And all the umpires behind home plate don't agree with that. There's Vince Scully, who is a great friend of Russ Hodges. Scully, 50th season as voice of the Dodgers. And one of the nicest guys you'll ever want to meet. 0-1 pitch to Burks. Swinging a pop-up. Right near the bag at second. There's Alanik making the catch, and there's one out.
Oh, a nice breaking ball. Really ran it in the hands of Ellis Burks, jamming him.
Number 6, J.T. Snow.
All right, Patrick. You're on your way.
Okay, Jeff Williams, the lefty for the Dodgers, has really come up big when he needs to. And when he absolutely needs to make a pitch, he goes right in on the hands to make it.
J.T. Snow takes a breaking ball for a strike. He flinched when that pitch was coming at his right shoulder. Snow struck out in the second inning. Snow hits this one out of play into the upper deck, third base side. 0-2. Mark Gardner starting to throw in the bullpen.
I don't think Jeff Williams is a comfortable at bat for a lefty. A low three-quarter release really has a sharp breaking ball that breaks flat.
And Kent is hung up. And now LaDuca running at him. And Jeff Kent is nowhere to go. And Ferris will tag him out. Well, Jeff Kent got caught napping.
And Paul LaDuca executes this rundown about as well as you can. Ball in the dirt is what gave Kent the idea that he could go, but it was picked up in the bare arm of Paul LaDuca, and then LaDuca comes right out and he runs right at Kent. And he gets him going back to the lesser bag, a little flip throw, and an easy out. Well, a nice play by the young Dodger catcher, Paul LaDuca.
Here's the pitch to Snow, and J.T. strikes out to end the inning. So Williams gets the strikeout, and the Giants go quietly. It's 5-2 L.A.
Tune in to the AT&T Digital Cable Entertainment Extravaganza free preview event and find out about a great offer. October 1st through 3rd, catch 3 free days of exclusive Hollywood movies and special events on HBO, Showtime, and Stars. Plus, preview the best of the digital networks and see special highlights from the Golf Channel and CNN Showbiz Today. So tune in to the AT&T Digital Cable Entertainment Extravaganza.
It's hard on us, you know.
It's the stop and go.
You never stop.
Traffic can be tough.
It's ridiculous.
You gotta sort of stay on top of it.
It's tough being a cab, but when you get that chevron with Techron, you know, it helps keep my engine
clean because it's a dirty job. Someone has to do it.
All the help.
No gasoline cleans your engine better than Chevron with Techron. Chevron, simply smarter.
I fantasize about Europe.
The drivers over there are crazy, man.
Is that right?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, no. No, why me? Don't even think about... Oh, no. I hate this thing. You stupid.
Missouri-Memphis highlights college football Saturday on Fox Sports Net.
Giants baseball is brought to you in part by Southwest Airlines. With fares so low, you have the freedom to go places. Fly Southwest. Interview guests of Giants baseball receive a gift of Adidas sunglasses. For great eye protection, wear Adidas eyewear.
Giants have a new right fielder. It's Armando Rios. Ellis Burks leaving the game. Spradlin, who got the last out in the fourth inning, will come out and pitch the fifth, and he's facing Paul LaDuca, who led off the fourth by grounding out. 5-2 Dodgers. Dodgers picking up 8 hits against Sean Estes. Look at the luxury suite that Tommy Lasorda is in. Strike to LaDuca, but also aiding the Dodgers. Sean Estes walked 6. 2 with the bases loaded. Here's the 0-1 pitch to LaDuca and make it 0-2.
Well, that's some paint right in the outside corner there, tucked below the knee. And Paul LaDuca put a little body language on letting plate umpire Ron Copa that he didn't quite agree with that strike.
Pitch. Get on the ground. Kent's got it. And he flips it across his body. Snow stays on the bag. And Jeff Kent with a nice play, 1 down.
Boy, nice play indeed. Going to his backhand side and gets to the ball and comes up in a throwing motion really quickly. Some nifty footwork to get the throw out to J.T. Snow. I mean, he had actually a little more time, I think, than he felt. Gets to the ball, and within 2 steps, he flips it over to J.T. Snow. Pretty slick play right there. It's a play he works on every day.
Jeff Williams has scored twice in this game. He's walked, he's singled, and he takes a strike.
There was a time in baseball where if you were a left-handed pitcher, they didn't like you to hit right-handed because you expose your throwing arm. Same thing for a right-handed pitcher hitting left-handed. It was frowned upon, but that isn't even talked about anymore now. You would think with all the protective pieces that players wear, though, it'd be a logical choice if a guy does expose his throwing arm to put one of those bad boys on there.
Nasty, and it's 1-2. Sean Estes will have to live with this outing for a while.
Well, maybe his teammates can pick him up today and it can be forgotten. By everybody else but him, that is.
That's hit out of play by Williams. So Williams battling Jerry Spradlin. A little bit outside, 2-2. Spradlin's wife last night sang the national anthem, and she did a great job.
Oh, she nailed it.
Got him.
Fox Sports Net Bay Area is now the exclusive home of San Jose Sharks hockey. Check us out all season long for 65 games worth of excitement right through the playoffs. Saturday is opening night as the Sharks try to douse the Calgary Flames. The puck drops Saturday at 7:30 only on Fox Sports Net Bay Area. And Pete Alonso is excited about that.
Yep, Pete is the hockey man in our group. Eric Young 2 for 3. Spradlin's wife Paulette singing the national anthem, and Jerry Spradlin has got a little different look when you talk to him. And I told him after the game, I said, now I know where the real talent is in the family. Didn't smile. Thought I was serious.
Now, he didn't get it till about halfway on the ride home. And then he was quite proud. No, she really did a great job.
0-2 pitch to Young. Hit on the ground to Snow, and J.T. Snow with a great play. Spradlin covering.
Wow.
To get the out. It took Spradlin 2 steps off the mound to cover first. 5-2 Dodgers.
Dear Shell, my name is Larry Franklin, and I have 2 ideas. 1, keep your stations open 24 hours. Many people like myself need to buy gas at odd hours. 2, leave free donuts on the gas pump for us night owls. All right, let's review this. Stay open 24 hours, free glazed donuts. Maybe it's asking too much for both to happen at once. I'll leave it up to you.
There are over 800,000 job openings
for internet specialists right now.
3 million more in the next 5 years. By the time I'm 18. By the time I'm 18.
Celebrity golf class. Yeah? For celebrities only. Real celebrities. I told you I didn't like this. Next he's going to call security or something. Security!
Check out some of the stars who did get to play in this special edition of Hooked on Golf. Michael Jordan leads the field at the Joe Morgan Celebrity Golf Classic, presented by your Northern California Toyota dealers. Monday night at 9, only on Fox Sports Net Bay Area.
All right, it's 5-2 as we head to the bottom of the 5th inning, and once again, J.T. Snow has done it again.
Well, how do you say defense? You spell it S-N-O-W, and this is just a wicked hop, and how he manages to stay with it. A high backhand is the hardest play to make because you don't have a lot of variance that you can adjust to a ground ball with. It's a do-or-die play, and you just let instinct takes over. And your hands have to think for themselves, and JT's are a very educated set of hands.
Yeah, next year the folks at Pacific Bell Park that are going to be sitting very close to all the action, and they're going to have a lot of fun watching J.T. Snow. Here's Rich Aurelia to bat first for the Giants in the bottom of the 5th inning. Aurelia had a good cut, and he fouls it back. Once again, a look at the beautiful crowd here this afternoon. Many of these fans have come out in their shirt sleeves, and those are the same fans that over the years have brought blankets, their ski wear,
sleeping bags.
I do, Aurelia. 2-1.
Small tents, butane gas ladders,
gloves,
heaters.
And look at this. That's how they're dressed today.
Good look at six-pack.
On the ground, a base hit for Rich Aurelia. And for the Giants, their 4th hit as that ball squirted away from Grizzolani.
Good day for lemonade. was 82 degrees at the start of the ball game today with no wind, and now there's a breeze, and boy, does it feel good.
Oh, man. Brent Maine hit a fly ball to left field in the 3rd inning. Maine started this game with his pant legs pulled down, and he's decided that he's going to play the rest of them with those socks showing.
Hey, you got to find something that works. Change your look. I like that look from the side, though. You can see the knock-knee batting stance that he employs.
0-2 as Williams throws the big breaking ball. Some pitchers, left-handed pitchers, would choose not to throw that pitch, thinking it's an easy pitch to pull in the hole. Jake Cannizzaro on deck. Spradlin due to hit. Outside, but it looks like it'll be Cannizzaro. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Jeff Williams, 1 win this year. His first major league win, it was against the Giants. 1-2 pitch. And Maine fights it off. And again, that slow breaking ball. Defense set up straight away for Brent Maine. Big curveball, and Maine just spins out of the way. It's 2-2. That's the pitch that he played for Frank Robinson. You'd hear him screaming from the dugout.
Yeah, take one for the team.
What are you doing? Two balls and 2 strikes. High and a full count. Five 2 Dodgers. 56 pitches for Williams.
He has been in command. There's a new look right fielder. We may have to stop the game here for a bit.
And now finally get a security guard. We're not showing it to you. It's a blow-up doll.
Well,
Mondesi turned around and said, "I'm not getting that." Guys in the bullpen said, "I'm not getting that."
I don't blame him.
The grounds crew said, "I'm not getting that." We had a chance of that thing laying out there for 4 days.
Would you go get it?
3-2. Runner goes. Ball 4. And that throw was on time, a beauty.
Didn't count.
Did not count. So the walk to Brent Maine. Second walk issue. And here's Cannizzaro. Good year in the minor leagues for Jake Cannizzaro. Cannizzaro for Fresno hit .280 at 26 home runs, 78 RBIs. And he's 2 for 7 in a Giants uniform this year.
And he's got some kind of bat speed.
And that pitch misses inside 1-0. He's got 2 hits, 1 a double, 1 a home run. Yeah, you watch Jake Cannizzaro in batting practice, and the ball jumps off of his bat.
He swings it too. He gets ahead in the count like he is right now. I mean, he will let it go.
And a foul back. He had a good rip. 1 ball and 1 strike. Dusty Baker giving signs to Sonny Jackson. 5-2 LA. Williams looking into Paul LaDuca. Swinging and a miss, and it's 1 ball and 2 strikes.
Yeah, good location down below the strike zone with that breaking ball. That pitch right there sets up another breaking ball down below. And that's just perfect location with that pitch. Or he can come out of the strike zone high. And when you have an aggressive swinger like Canizero, you don't have to throw him a strike here.
And Canizero just got a piece of it.
Right back between Ron Copa's legs. Now, I hadn't seen that before.
No. Aurelia at second. Brent Main is at first. Sure. Part of Dusty Baker's thinking is Canizero has seen Williams in AAA. 1 ball and 2 strikes. And that's a bit high. 2-2.
Now watch the foul ball that goes off the screen and watch how it comes back. High fastball goes into the net, comes right back between the legs of Ron Copa. I like stuff like that.
Can you do it again though? 2-2 pitch. High to Canizero, and it's a full count. Well, Estes had control problems. Giants are hoping that Williams will have control problems. It's 3-2 with nobody out.
See if Dusty Baker sends the runners.
Line drive. That'll be a base hit. And they're going to hold up Rich Aurelia.
I don't know why. I don't know why. Sheffield was not at a good angle to catch that ball. He caught it flat-footed. There's no way that he would have made a throw attempt to get to home. He would have thrown the ball to third base to keep the force in order. And Sonny Jackson throws up an early stop sign. Great at bat from Jay Canizero, a high fastball. There's no way that Sheffield, the way he caught that ball, could have gotten enough steam on the throw to get a play at the plate. So the Dodgers get a bit of a break by the conservative stop sign thrown up by Sonny Jackson with nobody out.
And we're going to see some activity now in the Dodger bullpen.
And I think that Sonny Jackson did not want to risk anything with the Giants having a chance of a big inning here with the top of the lineup turning over.
I think the key part of that, you're right, is the top of the order coming up. Here's Marvin Bernard. Solo home run in the first. Grounded out to Eric Young at second base in the third. Bases are loaded, nobody out. Here's the pitch, high and in, 1 ball and no strikes.
And right now the crowd can get in this game a little noise here, and that rook out there on the infield pimple will hear every bit of it.
Strikes. Bernard, base hit! Here comes Aurelia, and they're holding up Maine, and the bases stay loaded. It's 5-3. And the Giants are coming back.
Marvin Bernard getting a fastball, middle end. Right at the belt, stays flat, finds a hole on the right side. And right now, it's station-to-station baseball. Giants going 90 feet at a time. But, oh, what a big hit that was for the momentum of the Giants bench. And now they got the kid on the ropes.
Miller is Barry Bonds is on deck. Masaoka, the left-hander, is in the bullpen. Hit on the ground. Beltre is coming home, and they get the force play at home. And the bases stay loaded for Bonds. Listen to this crowd as they get up and out of their seats.
Bonds has hit .272 against left-handers this year. We got 12 home runs against them. And everybody smells blood.
Ball in for a strike. When he's wanted to get an early strike, that's the pitch he's gone to.
And he opened up the at-bat with Miller, got a strike one, a take strike, and does the same thing here with Bonds.
Strike at the knees. It's 0-2.
A tough two-pitch sequence. This kid is really answering the challenge, jumping out to a quick 0-2. Curveball opening up. Bonds has hit .272 against left-handers this year. We got 12 home runs against them. And everybody smells blood.
Ball in for a strike. When he's wanted to get an early strike, that's the pitch he's gone to.
And he opened up the at-bat with Miller, got a strike one, a take strike, and does the same thing here with Bonds.
Strike at the knees. It's 0-2.
A tough two-pitch sequence. This kid is really answering the challenge, jumping out to a quick 0-2. Curveball opening up. Hard fastball away on the black. And he likes the inside pitch for the payoff. Let's see if they use it here in the 0-2.
0-2 to Bonds. Bases are loaded. Going way away. And it's very high, 1-2. Canizero is at third. Bernard is at second, and Bill Miller is at first.
Giants need at least a sacrifice fly out of this at bat.
Bond steps out. And it's straight away against Bonds. Beltre way off the line at third. 1-2, and now Bonds again steps out, and Bonds is trying to control this at bat. One and two. Williams at the belt. Up and away, 2-2. Watching. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Here's the pitch. And it's a full count.
Now, for whatever reason, they're not going to the breaking ball when they're way ahead in the count. 3 times they've gone outside the 0-2. 1-2, 2-2, all with fastballs away.
And they're on their feet. 3 balls and 2 strikes. tap to him.
You bet. He gets ahead with a breaking ball, strike one. Boom. Now he goes to the outside corner. Fastball, strike two. 3 times they go away with gas. Trying to paint. He misses 1 and 2. 2 and 2. 3 and 2. And now with a full count, he comes in with the same breaking ball. He opened up the AB with. See you later. And all Bonds can do is stand and take it.
Here's Kent. Kent has struck out and he's walked. Swing and a miss, and it's 0-1.
And he goes right to his bread and butter again to open up the at-bat, a breaking ball. And the way that Kent swung at that pitch, guy, I think he was looking for it.
I do too. Williams with a long look into his catcher.
And right now, he's locating that breaking ball better than he is the fastball.
Ball and 1 strike. 2 and 1. Well, I got to believe, Mike, that Jeff Kent has got a good grind going right now. You just watched Bonds strike out. You watched Williams with a little small celebration, and he doesn't like that stuff.
He's celebrating 1 out too early.
Two and 1. Pop up. Heading towards the seats, and it will reach the seats. Sparrows gave chase, and now it's 2 balls and 2 strikes.
There's a special stamp on the baseballs that are used in today's ballgame. It's the Tell It Goodbye logo that is on the left field wall. It commemorates the last game ever to be played here at Candlestick. And quite a revered souvenir for the lucky fans that do get the foul balls today.
Two balls and 2 strikes. Full count.
Ooh, he just missed. Again, to the inside part of the plate come payoff time. That was very close.
Three and 2. It's now 5-4.
And if you're Armando Rios, look breaking ball, first pitch.
And Jeff Kent now with 100 RBI. They get the baseball?
Yep. Carlos Alfonso has it in his pocket. And that was Jeff Kent. Some pretty select company.
Where does it ever? Here's Armando Rios batting for the first time. Bases are loaded in a 5-4 game. And the breaking ball, and this time he doesn't get the first pitch strike. Rios 1 for 4 lifetime with the bases loaded. Very high, 2-0. Well, it was the big strikeout to Bonds. And then he walked Kent. Giants have scored 2 runs here in the 5th. Here's the 2-0 pitch to Rios. And it's high, 3-0.
He's aiming the ball right now. But he didn't get that first pitch breaking ball, which he very easily could have. It was borderline. Muscles in the arm start to tighten up a bit.
will try to shrink that strike zone if he can.
I'd imagine he's taking all the way.
I would think so. And he comes in with a strike, and it's 3-1. Yeah, the fans here are not making it easy. When Williams comes set, they come out of their seats. Here's the 3-1 pitch. Swinging a shot. Into right center field. Mondesi is there, and he makes the catch. And the inning is over. Giants scored twice. We've played 5. It's 5-4 LA.
Flying to Phoenix for business? If these 44 reasons don't convince you to fly Southwest Airlines to Phoenix, maybe this will. Call 1-800-I-FLY-SWA.
You are now free to move about the country.
Now for a CHW sports tip.
Rotator cuff injuries are common causes of shoulder pain. Inflammation and tearing of the rotator cuff can occur during overhead sports or with regular wear and tear. If rest and ice fail to relieve symptoms, there may be a significant injury. Consult a sports medicine physician for the best advice on treating shoulder injuries and preventing future problems.
This health moment brought to you by the doctors and hospitals of CHW and their centers for sports medicine.
Facial masks are not a fad. Think of it as yoga for the face. You know what I'm saying? That's going to rejuvenate us. You got to be real still. You're going to look great, though. Your whole face is just going to shine.
Once again, tonight's
Oh, wait. 30. 12.
31.
31. 34. 31. 31. I'm cracking.
You can't spell amazing season without the A's. And their wild playoff run is right here on Fox Sports Net Bay Area. The A's face the Angels tonight at 7, only on Fox Sports Net Bay Area.
Well, they say it's where Camden Yards meets Wrigley Field. In a short 6 months, the Giants arrive at their intimate new downtown home, Pacific Bell Park. Next year at this time, you'll be sitting in your new seat at Pacific Bell Park, and all you have to do is call 1-800-5-GIANTS to be part of Pacific Bell Park and to get that seat. The premier entertainment event in San Francisco will be Pacific Bell Park. Make sure you're a part of it. Call 1-800-5-GIANTS.
All right, Mark Gardner comes on to do the pitching. And Gardner will be facing Kozolanic, Sheffield, and Caros. 5-4 Dodgers. There's Mark Gardner. 5-11 this year. 2 balls and no strikes. Mike and I spent about 2 hours taking a tour of the ballpark, the new park, on Tuesday. There's a strike, 2-1. And every time we go back out there, it's amazing to watch that building grow. Sheffield on deck. 3-1.
Kozolanic has been a tough test for Mark Gardner over the years. 11 for 28. A couple of home runs.
There's a shot into center field, but Bernard is there, and he makes the catch.
Good way to start an inning. The guy that Gardner has owned is coming up now, Kite. Sheffield just 3 for 23 lifetime against Gardner. That's some ownage.
That is some ownage. Sheffield is 1 for 2 with a walk. And that pitch is outside. 1 ball and no strike. Eric Karros is on deck. Breaking ball is in the dirt. Estes started, then Spradlin, and now Gardner. Here's the 2-0 pitch, and it's off the end of the bat. Foul right to injured Scott Service, who is in uniform. Scott Service had surgery 3 days ago on his foot. And some bone taken out of his little toe. And you know, for a normal guy, that would be traumatic. Out for a year. For a catcher,
weak.
It's just part of the job, isn't it? High to Sheffield, 3-1.
I asked him what he had to have the surgery for, and he said he just wanted to make a necklace out of it. Catchers, they're a weird stock. Love them.
And the walk to Sheffield. Well, I'll tell you why I like the attitudes of Scott Service as you see Dusty Baker. Scott Service is not going to play anymore, obviously. He had every reason to go home after the surgery back to Colorado. Not so. In uniform, in the dugout.
And I think he's kind of half hoping for a team fight, just so he can get dirty.
Karros is 1 for 2 with a walk. Breaking ball swing and a miss, and it's 0-1. Well, we got a ball game now. It's 5-4 Dodgers, 6th inning. Sheffield with his lead, and Karros takes a strike, and it's 0-2.
That's some good one-strike paint right there in the outside corner with a fastball. That's what Gardner can do when he's on. Work those corners.
One and 2 to Eric Karros.
Got to pay attention to Sheffield. He will steal. He's got 11 bags on the year. He takes advantage of guys that don't pay much attention to him. And Gardner knows that. Got to make Sheffield stop. And the way that we've seen Eric Karros swing in this series and take advantage of that hole on the right side of the infield, I mean, it wouldn't be that far-fetched to see him take a shot over there, that hole.
And that's popped into the upper deck, off of hands and down into the seats below.
That guy should have made a play. He's getting booed. And there's the victor. One and 2. Sheffield at first to pitch to Karros, and Karros stays with it and lines it into left center field, a base hit. Sheffield is going to hold at second. Seen Karros do that the entire series. Well, another memory. Candlestick. October of 1962, Willie Mays doubles. Matty Alou holds at third. And McCovey gets a shot to Bobby Richardson to end the ball game. And the World Series.
If it goes through, the Giants win. If it doesn't, Yankees win. And you know it was a big moment if Mike Murphy says it was the biggest moment he remembered.
You know, one of the things about that clip, Kai, I like the fans pressed up against the chain link fence in right field.
Mondesi pulls it foul. Ball, dude. Wickets.
Dickey, you could have been somebody. Wickets. All right, he's got visions of grandeur right here. Didn't even touch it.
No balls and a strike to Mondesi. Sheffield at second. Carroll at first. Up and into Mondesi. Dodgers have stranded 8. Giants have stranded 4. They left the bases loaded in the 5th. Rios lining out to right field. Now the pickoff play is on and sliding back to Sheffield.
That's the look I'm talking about right there. They are just jammed up against the chain link. Probably pretty good seats, huh?
I would think you could get a pretty good view of what's going on there. Here's the 1-1 pitch to Mondesi, and it hits the point. 1-2.
I guess when you got 50 guys or 150 guys standing, you can't call them seats. Good places to watch the game. That game had almost 44,000 people in attendance.
1-2. Gardner going for the strikeout. And that is a rocket, and it's not going to stay in the park. It is gone. Mondesi with a 3-run home run. And it came on a 1-2 pitch. And it's now 8-4.
And Mondesi got the breaking ball he was looking for. And he just golfs it out of here. That was a bullet. Ball hangs just a little bit above the knees, middle in. And that's all the pitch that Mondesi needed to see. Short, quick, and deadly.
Fans throwing that home run back. 1-0 to Devon White. And that pitch is a strike, and it's 1-1 strike. 8-4 Dodgers. Ten hits for LA as White shows bunt. Mondesi's home run is 33rd, 96 RBIs, 97 with an RBI in the 4th. White lines it to right field, a base hit.
Now, right now, Mark Gardner's command is not good. He is throwing away from the target a lot this inning, where they've set up inside and he's come away with it. And that's an indication that he has not quite got a good feel of that ball. And the Giants don't have that many more mistakes that they can give up. And very quickly, Dusty Baker gets up Rich Rodriguez.
Beltre is walked. He's grounded out. He's flied out. And the runner goes. Swinging a ground ball right where Kent was. Going to third is White. First and third, one down.
Oh, was that executed perfectly or what? Hit and run, pull the right side of the infield to cover with Kent at the second base. The whole right side opens up. And a routine ground ball turns into a first and third one-out situation.
Twelfth hit for LA. And Rich Rodriguez now warming up in the bullpen like Dusty Baker wants him to get ready as quickly as he can. LeDuc is 1 for 3. And the runner goes, and that pitch is outside. Here's the throw to second, and it's not in time.
And right now, the Dodgers look like they can do anything they want to do. Hitting and running, hitting for power, stealing bases.
Dusty Baker would like to get his team in the dugout as quickly as he can. Infield now will play in. And that's foul down the right field line and out of play. White is at third base. At second is Beltre. And Gardner steps off the back of the slab.
Well, a lot of things go through your mind when you're in the middle of a tough inning in a game that your team wants to win so badly.
Aurelia's got it, and that'll be a double play. And that's how the inning ends, and the Giants will take it. 3 runs on the Mondesi home run. Giants coming up in the 6th. Snow to lead it off. 8-4 LA.
Your Giants, Fox Attitude, only on Fox Sportsnet Bay Area. It's a season-ending showdown as the Giants try to crumble the Rockies. San Francisco meets Colorado Sunday at noon, only on Fox Sportsnet Bay Area.
Dad, can I help?
No.
Now for Yellow Page listings anywhere in the U.S.
Hey, Dad, I think it's time to make a phone call.
Yeah.
AT&T customers can dial 00.
AT&T 00 Info, how can I help you?
I need a Chinese restaurant in Garden City. Fast.
How does fast walk sound?
Perfect.
AT&T 00 Info can connect you at no additional charge.
Oh, Dad cooked.
Oh, it's magic. You know.
There's something for everyone on AT&T cable services. Just look what's coming up this October.
This October, one of the most important books of our time becomes a movie about revolution. From Hallmark Entertainment and the magic of the Henson Feature Shop comes the most ambitious movie ever made for television.
Victory! He's out!
Animal Farm. See it for the first time anywhere Sunday, October 3rd on TNT.
Tune in. It's all on AT&T cable services.
This is Sports by the Bay on Fox Sportsnet.
Eight to 4 Dodgers, bottom of the 6th inning. Onan Masioka is the new pitcher. 4.34 ERA. Pitched in the game last night. 2 innings, allowed 1 hit, 1 run through 24 pitches. And JT Snow will lead it off. Snow has struck out twice, both against Jeff Williams, who's out of the game, and the first pitch is a strike.
Masaoka throws from the third base side of the rubber, and what's unusual about that is that he's got kind of a crossfire step.
Beltre will make the play, 1 out.
He's got a crossfire step that I think he would benefit more by the crossfire step if he was throwing from the first base side of the rubber. From the first base side of the rubber in that crossover step, I mean, you'd have some give in that left-handed batter that's hitting off you. It's unusual to see a guy have that type of delivery and then stay on the third base side and still use the outside part of the plate, which is what he does. I mean, he got some nasty stuff.
Here's the play by Rich Aurelia to end the inning.
And that was a rocket. And Mark Gardner not having a good inning, but he gets out a break there and giving up just the 3.
Here's Rich Aurelia, 1 for 2. He led off the 5th inning with a base hit. Aurelia with a good cut, and it's 0-2. Del Toro in the bullpen getting loose. Aurelia, center field. White now comes in. He makes the catch right around his ankles, and there's 2 away.
Yeah, that wasn't an easy play. It's a really good low ball hitter, gets one right down in his wheelhouse, about shoe top high. And he's got the glasses on his hat. He might do a little bit better job putting those things on there, Devo. But he stays with it, gathers it in for an out.
Here's Brent Maine, who takes it low. 1 ball and no strikes. 8-4. Dodgers leading with 2 outs here in the 6th. And Maine takes a strike. Ramon Martinez has grabbed the bat. He would hit if Maine keeps this inning going. Low. 2 balls and 1 strike.
Yeah, both the left-handers that we've seen, Jeffrey Williams, Onan Masaoka, these are guys that look like they're going to be sticking around the big leagues for a while. They don't look like, from what we've seen, they're going to make a U-turn back to the minor leagues. They're nasty.
Very impressive. Williams in both of his starts against the Giants. And Maine strikes out to end the inning. Masaoka, 3 up, 3 down, 6 innings in the books. 7th inning coming up. 8-4 Dodgers.
Check out the Giants Dugout stores for sportswear, gifts, and Giants tickets. With 7 locations in the Bay Area, there's a dugout near you.
You can't spell amazing season without the A's. And their wild playoff run is right here on Fox Sports Net Bay Area. Freed, Stair, Giambi, Tejada, and the surprising staff continue their remarkable race for the pennant. You can't spell amazing season without the A's. The A's win the game! The A's face the Angels tonight at 7, only on Fox Sports Net Bay Area.
Play ball! The season's in full swing, and Fox Sports News Primetime is bringing the heat.
Take a deep breath.
The big names, all the games.
What a play!
You can't coach that. Steve Sachs, Kevin Kennedy, and our starting lineup take you between the lines and into the zone.
And it is way out of here. No bullpen, no championships.
The race for the pennant, complete coverage.
What a cannon.
You're out. Catch Fox Sports News Primetime, nightly at 10.
With fans like these, we better make sure this show is good. Each week, follow the Silver and Black attack on Raiders football behind the Shield. Only on Fox Sports Net Bay Area. We'll take you places no football fan has ever been before. In practice, team meetings, and on the road facing the NFL's toughest schedule. Join host JT the Brick and former Raider great George Atkinson for Raiders football behind the Shield. Saturdays, only on Fox Sports Net Bay Area.
8-4 Dodgers, 7th inning. Well, we said it was a big crowd. 61,389, putting the Giants' total this year to 2,078,000. And that's the largest today. Is the largest regular season crowd in Candlestick history. What a way to say goodbye.
All right.
6th largest when you include the World Series and playoffs. Masaoka will lead it off here in the 7th. And Miguel Del Toro brings it in and throws a fastball right by Masaoka. 1 ball and 1 strike. Masaoka 0 for 3 on the year. Here's the 1-1 pitch, and it's foul back 1-2.
And he's got a pretty good little hack too. That 9th spot in the lineup has been a tough spot today.
Boy, has it ever. For both teams. Got him. And there's 1 out here in the 7th. Estes in the 9th spot in the 3rd inning doubled in his only at bat. Canizero, pinch hitter, in the 9th spot single. So the Giants in that spot are 2 for 2 with 2-run scores scored. The Dodgers are now 1 for 3, a walk, a single, and both times Dodger runners in that spot have gotten on. They've scored. Young fouls it out of play, and it's no balls and 1 strike.
You know, the first time that the Giants saw Miguel Del Toro at the big league level, he looked a little lost. Had good stuff, but once he got into a stretch, I mean, he didn't hold runners on well. I mean, just needed to be polished. But he is throwing with great confidence right now.
Rich Aurelia's got it near the bag, and he'll throw on to first. And there's 2 away.
He's got a live arm, and he can get it up there. 93, 95 mile per hour average on his fastball, and it's live. A lot of movement.
Here's Grzelcyk. 2 for 4, 2 RBIs, a run scored.
Tough sky right now for Armando Rios in right field. That's his look. And this probably, as over the years many right fielders in the National League will attest to, is the toughest right field in the National League. And one of the guys that played it very well is retiring after many years. Willie McGee has said that he is going to shut it down at the end of the season.
And that's a base hit. Grzelcyk with his 3rd hit.
And I would imagine as soon as the season's over and McGee's retirement comes into effect, he's going to get rushed pretty hard by many organizations to join their coaching ranks. He's a natural.
He is some kind of good guy. The Giants Cardinals had that great rivalry in the mid-'80s. Here's Sheffield. I mean, Willie McGee was a guy you couldn't help but like. Even though in that Cardinal uniform, he certainly was the enemy. And then the years he spent in a Giants uniform, everyone just learned to appreciate Willie McGee every time he showed up at the ballpark.
Well, you knew when you really went to St. Louis, and when Mark McGwire was announced in the lineup, I mean, you get a huge response. But when Willie McGee would pinch hit late in the ball game, I mean, his applause was as loud as the one that Mark McGwire was getting. And he might be the only guy other than Mark McGwire in a Cardinal uniform to really get a huge reaction from the faithful Cardinal fans, and they are good fans.
Del Toro paying lots of attention to Grzelcyk. For the hat we had of a little kid here in the upper deck.
Yeah.
About 5 or 6 years ago. Had one of those beanie hats on.
We were concerned he was going to take off to Berkeley.
It was still there. And we actually looked like with a gust of wind. He was probably 2 years old. It looked like he just started to lift out of the seat a little bit. That's when we got concerned. 2 balls and no strikes to Sheffield. High 3-0. A 3 up, 3 down inning in the 3rd, and 1 again in the 5th. Other than that, it's been Giants pitchers pitching in and out of trouble. The walk to Sheffield. And the hitter will be Eric Karros.
Sheffield now, after today's game, has 101 walks on the year. And he's got the hat trick in walks today.
Well, that's the 8th walk in the game for Giants pitching.
That's too many. Too many free opportunities.
Karros is at the plate. On the ground sharply to Aurelia, and he will underhand it to Kent to end the inning. So the Dodgers strand a pair. 7th inning stretch time. 8-4 LA.
Why do I have Aflac insurance on top of my regular health insurance? Because he has his mother's eyes. Because I still have to teach him to whistle. And because Aflac helps cover what other insurance doesn't. If I'm injured, Aflac even provides cash to help pay bills. So why do I have Aflac? Did I mention he has his mother's eyes? Aflac supplemental insurance. Without it, no insurance is complete.
All right, everybody. If this one doesn't get your toe tapping, check your pulse. Here it is, coming to you in living cola. Refreshing Pepsi Cola. From the wonderful folks who put the R in cola. I'll be signing off now, because it's my bedtime. I'll catch you on the flip side. Be there.
Hey, fish job.
It's a great time to have a ball. It's a great way to let it go. It's great for your basketball. It's a great time out. It's a great time out.
Hey, what's it going to take to get you to buy this computer today, huh? Come here. Tell you what I'm going to do. I'll upgrade your Sims to DIMMs. No charge. You'll even throw in a SCSI card. See, I know. Mouse pad. You want the mouse pad? 100% pure real neoprene. Come on, let me talk to you.
Braves, Mets. Tonight at 7 Eastern, 4 Pacific on Fox Sports Net.
You can't spell amazing season without the A's. And their wild playoff run is right here on Fox Sports Net Bay Area. The A's face the Angels tonight at 7, only on Fox Sports Net Bay Area.
The man who has hit 521 home runs in his fabulous career. Swung on and hit in the alley in right center field. A base hit going all the way to the wall. Then he's sitting around third. He's coming home. And the ball game is over. McCovey with a double. And the Giants have won it. The congratulations are all for McCovey. The Giants are mobbing Willie Mack. And this crowd is on its feet as one. And a salute to Willie McCovey.
And that happened in 1980 on June 29th. Willie McCovey with a game-winning double to knock in Rennie Stennett. And the pitch to Doug Mirabelli is a strike. You notice how Jeff is trying to pick out all the comeback wins against...
Well, I think he's trying to plant a seed here.
Against the Dodgers. We'll have to show that Robbie Thompson home run here pretty soon.
Now, that was another great comeback.
Mirabelli falling behind. No balls and 2 strikes. And a pop-up down the right field line that Mondesi will watch drift into the sea. This game started out with a bang for the Giants. Marvin Bernard hit an opposite field home run.
Nine outs left for the Giants to try and make up 4 runs.
Well, if you were ever going to have a way to end it in this ballpark, as it's fouled out of play, I believe you would want it and it come from behind win
against the Dodgers.
So let's just say this: they've set the stage anyway.
Yeah, the script has been written.
He's waiting for the final chapter, 1 and 2. Top of the batting order, and Marvin Bernard on deck. Masaoka to the plate. The catcher, LaDuca, he cut that one on his wrist.
Yeah, I think he did. A little bare skin on that. Sounded like it. He's got 10 seconds to shake it off. Catchers, you gotta love them.
2 balls and 2 strikes. It's like shaking hands with Ray Fawcett. I swear you're sticking your hands into the nuts and bolts section at Ace Hardware store. September 30th, 1999. And how about that? Mirabelli draws a walk.
Well, that's a great at bat. He was down early in the count, 0-2, and he managed to milk a free pass.
Another memory.
Here's the 1-0 pitch. And he hits one high to left field and deep. Going back at the wall.
Get out of here! I don't believe it!
He tied it up. Bonds with his lead. He goes. And Williams lines this one. And it's going to fall and get by. They win it! That's Bonds. And the Giants are going to win it. I do not believe it. As that ball got by.
Here's Marvin Bernard. And Bernard, it's a bouncing ball. It could be a pair. Young to Grizzolonic to Karros, and it goes 4-6-3. And just like that, there's 2 down. And it gets very quiet here. While that was happening, the bullpen was scurrying for the Dodgers to get a bunch of people loose, and then all of a sudden it just stopped.
Pedro Borbon, the left-hander, Mike Maddox, the right-hander, starting to unwind and get greased.
Here's Bill Miller. Bill Miller is 1 for 3. Takes it low. 61,389. This will be a crowd that's going to stay around for a while. The festivities after the ball game are supposed to be exciting, unique. See a chance to look at some players you haven't seen in a long time, former players, that is. And do not turn the dial. It'll be shown right here on Fox Sports Net Bay Area. After we'll see the Mets. It's a foul ball. We'll see the Braves and the Mets in progress, and then following that it'll be the A's game. And then the A's and the Angels.
A back-to-back-to-back triple header. Fox Sports Net. 2 games left in that game in New York tonight. which will be the deciding game of that 3-game series. Both teams even at 1 apiece in that all-important series to New York.
Well, the Giants would like to see Bonds get up with Miller aboard rather than have Bonds lead off the 8th inning. So it's 3-2 to Bill Miller. Miller with a little pop-up into shallow left center field. White coming in, still coming in. And with his speed, he gets there to make the catch, and the inning is over. All right, we're headed to the 8th inning. Raul Mondesi will lead it off. It's 8-4 LA.
I don't know what the story is. The garage is made for the car. Why do dogs and all the junk from the house live in the garage? Why is that? Everybody on the whole street's like that. There's nothing in there that anybody's used in at least 5 years. And what's even worse is I don't even get the high-octane fuel that I'm designed for. Like Chevron Supreme with Techron. You're just like, you're nothing.
No premium outperforms Chevron Supreme with Techron. Chevron, simply smarter.
It's a pathetic existence, you know.
Today, people are sending video mail
instead of email.
This year, the internet will allow millions of businesses to make phone calls for free.
One day, a business not on the internet will not be in business.
Are you ready?
Are you ready?
Are you ready?
Virtually all internet traffic travels across the systems of one company, Cisco Systems, empowering the internet generation.
Are you ready?
Are you?
Introducing a radically new SUV.
I want to get away.
The new Nissan Xterra. Choose your sick days wisely.
Oh, no. Why me? Don't even think about... Oh, no. I hate this thing. You stupid.
Braves Mets tonight at 7 Eastern, 4 Pacific on Fox Sports Net.
8 runs, 13 hits, and no errors for the Dodgers. 4 runs, 6 hits, and no errors for the Giants as Raul Mondesi will lead it off. Mondesi with a 3-run home run in the 6th inning. Facing Miguel Del Toro. This pitch is a strike. After the ceremonies, after the ball game, the Giants will depart for Denver. Final 3 games of the season. Mondesi hits it sharply on the ground. Aurelia's got it. He'll spin around. He'll throw. And it is not in time, but a good effort.
Now, the only thing that prevented a brilliant play there was the speed from Mondesi. But once the ball got past Aurelia to where he had to reach out and have his momentum take him into the outfield grass, it was almost impossible. Just too much distance between Aurelia and Snow on the throw that he could not get the speedy Mondesi. But boy, what an effort. And that was bang bang even at that.
Now Mondesi wants the baseball, and see if we can find out why. Now here's Devon White. But, saying that 3 games left in this season, and even though it's a long year, it still just seems like we were in spring training. Always seems like.
Yeah, it does.
Runner goes. Pitch is high. Here's the throw, and Mondesi steals it.
Mondesi coming to play and doing what he can do. And in one afternoon, he shows you the power with a 3-run homer and the speed with stolen bases, which is why he's unique.
30-30 guy this year, Mondesi. White is 1 for 3. That's fouled out of play. 0-2.
Dodger trying to play a little ball right now. Infield single, stolen base. Devon White trying to get him over.
There's the ballpark from high above. Sportsnet. Going all out. Got themselves a helicopter. And a good pilot, I might add. Giving us those shots from above the ballpark.
Yeah, those are live shots. Packed house always makes any ballpark look better. And certainly today, with all the bunting out around the sidelines and every seat filled. Perfect day.
And White is out. One down here in the eighth.
Good off-speed pitch there from Del Toro. I think that's a pitch he needs to throw more of.
I agree.
Boy, he really pulls a string on this pitch. Good changeup, good location. And about 10 miles short of his fastball.
Base hit into left field off the bat of Adrian Beltre. Bonds' throw will be cut off. Mondesi scores, and it's now 9-4. So Beltre picks up his second hit.
Boy, Glenn Hoffman, the third base coach, not hesitating any whatsoever. The speed of Mondesi, there's no hesitation. He just waves him right in there and challenges Bonds. No play. So a big knock from Beltre, who's had a good day at the plate. And it stretches out the lead to 5 runs now. I think what Doug Mirabelli went out to the mound to talk to Del Toro about was, hey, you've got to pay attention to Beltre or he too will steal on you.
LaDuca 1 for 4. Hit a line drive with runners at first and third and 1 out. Make that runners at second and third. That is a little pop-up. JT Snow will give chase, trying to track it down, and he does. To the point where you see it get in the air and you assume it's going to be caught.
You know, and that's a tougher play for a first baseman because every other infielder has their balance set, but he's got to come off the bag, get himself set, and then go back the other way to try and backtrack this thing, and it wasn't hit that high. Covered a lot of ground, great concentration. He knows his field, uses the pad to break his fall, or his momentum rather.
He looked like his old man, didn't he?
Son of a wide receiver.
Again, a view from high above Candlestick Park. Fans are waiting for Todd Hollinsworth, and Dusty Baker will make a double switch. Ramon Martinez is coming in. Bill Miller is leaving. And Rich Rodriguez will be the new pitcher. Dodgers with a run here in the 8th. They've upped their lead. It's now 9-4. Nice play, JT.
Flying to Phoenix for business? If these 44 reasons don't convince you to fly Southwest Airlines to Phoenix, maybe this will. Call 1-800-I-FLY-SWA.
You are now free to move about the country.
Now for a CHW sports tip.
Using steroids to improve athletic performance can cause serious health problems. Steroids can result in severe acne, infertility, and liver tumors. Signs of steroid use include aggressive behavior and mood swings. Women can also develop permanent conditions such as facial hair and a deepening voice. If you have questions about steroids, consult a sports medicine physician.
This health moment brought to you by the doctors and hospitals of CHW and their centers for sports medicine.
Dear Shell, my name is Cameron Smith, and I have an idea. Give away air. If you're driving along with a low tire, then you're already not having a great day. And then having to fish around for a quarter to buy something that's basically free in the first place doesn't make it any better. Free air. It just makes sense to me. Thank you for listening. Sincerely, Cameron Smith.
Pitch swung on, a little looping fly ball back at second base. It's gonna drop, base hit, and it scores. Willard scores. The Giants have won the ball game. We're back in the race. Holy cow!
Sure I was. Where? Well, that was on this date in 1982, the anniversary of the big Ron Pruitt hit. 9-4 Dodgers are leading. Todd Hollandsworth will be facing Rich Rodriguez with 1 runner on and 2 outs here in the top of the 8th inning. 15 hits for the Dodgers, 6 for the Giants. Hollandsworth. It's the first pitch to right field. A good ride. Rios battling the sun, and he puts it away to end the inning. So 1 pitch, 1 out. Giants coming up in the 8th. Barry Bonds will lead it off. 9-4 LA.
Dear Shell, my name is Lynette E. Skillman, and I want to say thank you for realizing that getting out of my car to go inside and pay for gas is kind of a pain. I also want to say thank you for letting me pay at the pump with a credit card so I can just slide my card through and be on my way. I can get in, I can get out. I promise I'll still go inside whenever I need a sack of ice or a quart of oil. Sincerely, Lynette E. Skillman.
Recently, Steve Young took the Toyota Tacoma camping.
So, Steve, you like roughing it in the great outdoors, huh?
Oh, yeah. I love nature.
And with the Tacoma's improved 4x4 package, it's the perfect chart for getting away from it all. Or taking it all with you.
Lucy? Who's that? Did someone order a pizza? Right here.
Test drive the Toyota Tacoma.
Hey, you got some ground pepper?
Venture into Bear territory and get the inside scoop on Cal football with Cal Sports Magazine. Each week host Glenn Kuiper gives you the skinny on the players, coaches, and upcoming rivals. Catch Cal Sports Magazine all season long. Sundays at 4:30, only on Fox Sports Net Bay Area.
We're all busy these days. So busy sometimes we forget the important things. But at TCI, we'd like to stop and say the most important thing. And to thank you for being a TCI customer, you'll find some nice surprises in your TCI bill. Like a 1-year biography subscription for $12 and exclusive offers on a pair of Diamond Ink earrings and a Mega Mansion Playhouse from QVC. Look for your nice surprise coupons every month in the TCI Connection newsletter inside your bill.
There's something for everyone on AT&T cable services. Just look what's coming up this October.
On Stars.
Who is Joe Black?
Stars Theater.
Where is Pleasantville?
The new encore.
Welcome to Con Air.
Love stories. Western. Mystery. 6 great movie channels. Nearly 500 movies a month.
Tune in. It's all on AT&T cable services.
Number 54 today. There you go. Barry Bonds facing Mike Maddox. 9-4 Giants. In front of a full house. And the first pitch to Bonds is at the knees for a strike. Bonds has popped out twice, and he struck out looking in the 5th. And Bonds up the middle. Grizzolonic behind the bag. His throw to first will be in time, and for Bonds, it could be his last at bat of the year. And many of the fans realize that, and they are going to give him a very nice ovation, and many of them standing. He is a true warrior. Jeff Kent. Kent has struck out and he's walked twice. Picked up his 100th RBI in the 5th inning with a bases loaded walk. And there's a strike. Kent hit his 23rd home run last night, late in the game. And Bond sitting next to Levon Hernandez, the winning pitcher last night. Barry Bonds, with his 4 at-bats today, will end up with 355 at-bats. Which you have to take into consideration. He also walks a few times in a year. A few. 73 this year. One and 2 to Kent. Now Maddox steps off. For Kent, his ABs are over the 500 mark. Inside. Bonds had surgery this year, and he'll have it again tomorrow. Kent has been banged up all year with a bad toe. He will probably have surgery. And Kent strikes out. 2 down, and Ellis Burks thinking about having his knees cleaned out again. And Jeff Kent will receive an ovation like Bond. Another Warrior.
Not happy about the last at bat. Still, nice round of applause from the Candlestick faithful.
There's Armando Rios. Rios lined out to right field with the bases loaded to end the 5th. He had a good at bat against Jeff Williams.
He has definitely showed the Giants organization that he is ready to stay here at the big leagues and make a large contribution. Exciting young player. Had a tough injury this year, diving for a ball. Has some shoulder surgery to repair. Lost a lot of time here. Now you talked about Ellis Burks. He will have surgery. In fact, he's probably going to have it on both legs. And scenario for next year, if you start talking about the year 2000, I mean, it's an outfield where you're probably going to benefit by having 4 guys that can play at 3 positions. And there'll be a lot of at-bats for everybody, because I think Bonds is at a point in his career where, 135 games a year is a pretty good projection.
2-2 to Armando Rios. Got him looking into the inning. Maddox strikes out a pair. We'll go to the 9th. 9 runs, 15 hits, and no errors for the Dodgers. 4 runs, 6 hits, and no errors for the Giants.
Book your travel online with Southwest Airlines, and you'll automatically get double Rapid Rewards flight credits, which means 4 round trips get you a free ticket and some downtime for your computer. And American Express card members can use membership rewards points to earn free Southwest Airlines tickets even faster.
You are now free to move about the country.
Introducing a radically new SUV. The new Nissan Xterra. Choose your sick days wisely.
No, 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 no. No, why me? Don't even think about... Oh, no, no. Oh, I hate this thing. You stupid.
Gabriel Ruelas headlines Sunday Night Fights. The former world champ continues his comeback in a lightweight bout. Also in action, super middleweight contender Sid Vanderpool. Sunday Night Fights at 7 on Fox Sports Net. Braves Mets tonight at 7 Eastern, 4 Pacific on Fox Sports Net.
You can't spell amazing season without the A's. And their wild playoff run is right here on Fox Sports Net Bay Area. The A's face the Angels tonight at 7, only on Fox Sports Net Bay Area.
9-4 is the score here in the 9th inning, as the fans bringing out their banners to say goodbye. Santangelo is now in left, Murray in center. Delgado is at second base. And a new pitcher is Julian Tavares. The house that Bonds built.
Yeah, both of them. For Tavares, 47th appearance on the year. And he comes in to nail down the top of the 9th. And he's throwing hard, 96 miles per hour. Wow.
So Tavares not messing around.
He didn't hit that many times this year.
High to Eric Young as he half ducks to get out of the way. A couple of hits for EY this afternoon. Lots of base runners for the Dodgers in this game. In the dirt, 2-1. Tavares to the plate, and Young takes a strike.
Again, 96.
Good velocity.
Yeah, he's reaching back and he's blowing some steam.
Salary drive. Remember those years?
Oh, yeah.
You're that veteran player. Oscar Gamble used to say it every September.
We used to say it in August in Chicago. Salary drive simply meant your team was out of it, and you better put up some numbers so you could negotiate for the next year. And it was a lot of sarcasm when a guy would start dropping that line on there, and it hurt. It simply meant that your team was out of it, and you were playing for yourself. Giants haven't had a meaningless ball game since 1996. Giants fan got a little spoiled the last couple years in September.
Ramon Martinez, now in the shade and foul territory, makes the kick. Yeah, we'd like to thank Ted Griggs and Joe Washington for being able to get this live shot of Candlestick Park. And you know what's interesting about that live shot? You don't see any cars driving out of the parking lots. They have stuck around. Now there's one. Here's Grzelcyk. Look out. And Grzelcyk gets hit. And he gets hit in a bad spot. And the fans are finally, some have woken up. Grzelcyk looking at Tavares. Tavares turned his back on him.
Well, let's watch it. Talking about how hard he's been throwing. And 96 that drills you just below the left shoulder. But he does protect himself with the way he turns, and young hitters watching, that is how you protect yourself. And the only way you can get in position is if the lower part of your body, your legs, are closed so that you can get that shoulder tucked in so you don't get smoked and really hurt yourself.
Sheffield has walked 3 times. He's singled. He's flied out. Grzelcyk may try to steal second. There's a strike. Karros is on deck. 9-4 LA.
10th time this year that Grzelcyk's been drilled, and he's got a huge lead.
In the dirt, and a nice play by Mirabelli. 1 ball and 1 strike. One of the paddings in center field has fallen off, and we're going to drag this baby out some more.
Well, this copyrighted telecast is presented by authority of the San Francisco Giants and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form without the express written consent of the San Francisco Giants.
What they ought to do is just have that guy stand there and hold it there the rest of the game.
I think so. And act green.
Yeah,
try and blend in. You hang in there for 5 more outs.
Well, did you not say something weird was going to happen?
Yeah, Candlestick was not going to walk us out of here without doing something weird. The whole outfield fence just might collapse.
Play with the gate open. Make it interesting.
Yeah. Make it a ground rule triple or something.
All right, everything's back in order. 1 ball and 1 strike to Sheffield. Look out, up and in. But that was a changeup. 2 balls and 1 strike.
Yeah, a little breaking ball there. No intent. Still, is not a comfortable at bat. Right now, Tavares, when he opens up quickly that front side, he's dragging that arm around, and he's losing command of his pitch. And it is not a comfortable at bat for a guy hitting the right side of the box.
High and tight, 3-1. Grzelcyk at first with 1 out. High into left center field. Santangelo. Murray, they're going to come together, and who makes the catch? It's Murray. And they get the out.
Well, guys not used to playing with one another. You could understand if there was a communication problem. Plus, F.P. Santangelo's got that center field mentality where they go and go and go. And they're used to when they call off a ball, guys peel off to the side. But Calvin Murray prevails, and they get the out.
You know, plus right now, the outfield of F.P., Murray, and Bernard, you get 3 center fielders out there. So they think they should catch everything. Here's Eric Karros. Up and away to Karros. 1 ball and no strikes. Karros up for the 6th time in this game. Inside, 2 balls and no strikes. You got to believe that if you're a right-handed hitter, this is a tough at bat.
Now big league hitters fearing part of the game.
Karros gets hit.
rust on Julian Tavares is certainly showing in this inning. And again, it's just a situation where that front side is clearing. He's dragging that arm, and he's losing command of the ball. And it's going right in to the guys hitting from the right side. Heat seekers. Sit up inside and watch that front side clear, and there's the drag. I mean, he's throwing bullets, but he doesn't know where they're going. Just skims the pants, the right hip of Eric Karros.
Mondesi swings and misses, and it's 0-1. Couple of hits in this game. 4 RBIs. One of those hits a home run. 1 for 7 against Tavares. Grzelcyk hit by a pitch at second. Karros hit by a pitch at first. 2 outs. Way outside. 1 ball and 1 strike. There's a strike. 1-2.
Shadows starting to creep over the plate.
Popped him up. Rich Aurelia at short. And he puts it away to end the inning. All right. 9-4 Dodgers.
Well, that's the hardest thing about a road trip, is deciding where the best place is going to be for the conditions. Usually there's a little bit of argument about, oh, no, it'll be way better here. Or, no, trust me, this is the spot. It's always, no, is it going to be epic? Is it going to be huge? Is it going to be small and junky? After that, wheel into the Chevron, get the cooler loaded up with goodies, tank up with some Techron, and we're revved and ready to go.
For a great ride, use Chevron with Techron.
Oh, dude.
Over 70 million people
are receiving an education on the internet this year.
7 out of 10 students on the web say they're getting better grades.
One day, training for every job on Earth.
Training for every job on Earth will be available on the internet.
Are you ready? Are you ready?
Are you ready?
Virtually all internet traffic travels across the systems of one company, Cisco Systems, empowering the internet generation.
Are you ready?
Are you?
Hey, Jeff. Now listen, I got it right here, buddy. It's icy cold and tasting great. Now come on, Jeff, you tell me, is there anybody in this world who deserves this here Pepsi more than you?
Hi, Jeff.
See you later, Jeff.
Now that's what I call motivation.
I don't know where she came from.
Don't worry, Jeff. There's always Daytona.
Giants Baseball is brought to you by Southwest Airlines. With fares so low, you have the freedom to go places. By the folks at Nissan, designers of the all-new Xterra, the ultimate sport utility vehicle. Xterra, it's here. By Pepsi, the joy of cola. By Dodge, do not follow, do not conform, be different. And by TCI.
High above the ballpark. It's 9-4 in favor of the Dodgers. Jeff Shaw comes in to pitch, and he's facing J.T. Snow here in the 9th. And the first pitch to Snow, and Snow pops it up. Third base side, Beltre, Grzelcyk. It's Grzelcyk who makes the call and the catch. And there's 1 out here in the 9th. Trinidad Hubbard, the left fielder. And there's Shaw. And the round of applause you heard is for J.T. Snow. And the hitter will be Rich Aurelia.
Well, there's been a few office pools here the last couple weeks in anticipation of who the last out would be. And we're not that far away from finding out. All the guys we had in the pool were on the Dodgers team.
Here's Rich Aurelia. And Aurelia takes a strike. Rich Aurelia is 1 for 3. Had a base hit in the 5th inning. Swing and a miss, and it's 0-2. Shaw at the belt, he throws, and Aurelia lines this one into center field. Coming in is White, and he can't get it. Aurelia with a 1-out single, bringing Ramon Martinez to the plate. Now, it's always something that that is kept track of. The last out in the ballpark, the first out, the first hit, the last out, and Rich Aurelia now with a base hit.
Well, we hope it's not the last hit. But so far, he's holding that title.
Martinez hitting for the first time, and he hits a high fly ball to right field. Mondesi coming in, that's going to fall. And a snap throw to the shortstop, Grzelcyk, hoping to force Aurelia, and the Giants have two runners on.
Well, it all started out with a little single with 1 out in the bottom of the 9th.
What a story.
I know it. Yeah, it's tough being a romantic, I gotta tell you. It's tough.
Doug Mirabelli, pinch hit in the 7th, stayed in the game. He drew a walk. And Mirabelli on the first pitch pops it back and out of play. Dirt to the backstop. Had no chance.
It looked like it may have hit the lip of the plate. Well, all year long, the Giants had that little knack of being able to get something going late in the ball game and at least get the tying or winning run up to the plate. And that would be quite a victory right now if they could do that, to get this crowd into it and fire them up one last time.
And Mirabelli with a good cut, and he misses 1 and 2. Shaw is the closer for the Dodgers. And he comes in with 34 saves. This is not a save situation. 1 and 2. And Mirabelli goes down swinging 2 down, and it's up to Marvin Bernard.
Oh, that was nasty. Good hard slider at just perfect location outside off the plate. Now that's Shaw's bread and butter. It's a subtle pitch. The break on it is late. It's not very big, but boy, he's been a pretty good living with that pitch right there. Nasty.
Marvin Bernard, a couple of hits. He had a solo home run in the 1st inning. And the fans are on their feet. Here's the pitch. Bernard hits it on the ground to Karras. Eric Karras will go to the bag, and that's the ball game. So Marvin Bernard ends the ball game by grounding out to Eric Karras. And the fans here at Candlestick Park singing na 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 na.
Come on, you had it going.
Yeah, I know, but I forgot the word.
Hey, goodbye. That's the only one you have to remember, because that's what it's all about today. And if you had Marvin Bernard in the pool, you were the winner.
Now Dusty Baker comes out, and he will touch bases. Looking for the manager, Daryl Johnson.
I think he is.
Johnson.
Davey Johnson. I think that Dusty Baker was on the way out there to shake hands with the Dodgers skipper. The Dodgers came in here and they played the Giants tough. They were not going to let the Giants have a celebration at their expense, and you would expect nothing else of the Dodgers, which is one of the reasons why this rivalry is so great. But now the game is over, and history has ended here at Candlestick Park. And what happens now is a celebration of what was in this ballpark.
And, of course, everybody is thinking about the new ballpark, but it was only fitting that these two teams would end it, because that's how they started it.
Back in 1958, Ruben Gomez fired the first pitch against the Dodger uniform, and 42 years later, the Giants, for the third time, or actually the second time, they open up another ballpark next year. So Candlestick Park is over. The era has ended, and the Giants today will pay tribute to many of the uniforms and many of the players that stood center stage at this altar. And I can't wait to see it.
And that's what is waiting for you. There's a huge post-game show that's coming up, and if you stay right here, you will see it. The final score in the last ball game ever played here at Candlestick Park, it's the Dodgers 9 and the Giants 4. And for us, we certainly would like to say goodbye, old friend, and thanks for the memories.
Welcome back to Candlestick Park. The final game ever to be played here by the San Francisco Giants is over, and the Dodgers beat the Giants today by a final score of 9-4. Well, welcome back, everybody. I'm Glenn Kuiper, and joined in the dugout by Rod Brooks. We'll check in with Rod in just a little bit. A fun day, even though it didn't end the right way. Dodgers winning the game 9-4, but certainly Giants fans enjoyed themselves. You could see it early in the morning. Fans came out here real early, and we're having a good time, and they're sticking around this afternoon for what will be a very fun post-game celebration. Also, second largest crowd, actually the largest regular season crowd ever, the second best overall attendance for one season for the San Francisco Giants. That was this year, 1999, so the fans should be congratulated for that. They turned out in big numbers for the Tell It Goodbye celebration, which has been the entire 1999 season. Now, this post-game ceremony that's coming up, it should be fun. Down on the field, over 60 former Giants will be on hand, and, you know, we know that Mays, McCovey, Marichal, those guys will be there, but it's the other names that are exciting. Guys like Mike Ivey and Mike Eldreddy and Dave Kingman, Bill Madlock, you know, guys that some fans maybe forgot about, that they are all here, and we will get a chance to check those guys out in just a matter of moments when the ceremonies get started. But it is over at the stick. No more baseball ever to be played here at Candlestick Point. Now, my partner, Rod Brooks, is standing by down in the dugout. And, Rod, I know that you haven't been in San Francisco that long, but you got a pretty good feel today. Candlestick Park, not a great place to play, but people hold it near and dear to their heart, don't they?
I tell you what, this was a fantastic day, and I'm glad I could be part of it, and I do thank the people at Fox Sports Net Bay Area. I had a chance to watch the game from the dugout, and it was a great experience, quite frankly. The fans, they tried to get into it, but the Dodgers prevailed, as you said, and I just kind of noticed that they were sitting around patiently waiting for the post-game ceremonies to start. And the thing that I really got from sitting in the dugout is that the players had a sense of history, too, because they really wanted to win this game. Some people would think that with the Giants being so far out of first place, no way they can win a division since Arizona clinched it not too long ago, that they wouldn't care. But these guys were just really busting their rear ends. Barry Bonds, I have to give him special props, because this guy's playing on one leg, and he's tried and tried and tried. And all these guys back behind me, they really wanted to be a part of history. They really wanted to win this game, but it just didn't work out that way. And to a man, they've all come out because they want to watch these ceremonies, and they want to be a part of them. And they get a sense of history, as we all do here at Candlestick Park.
Yeah, and you know what, Rod, Gary and I talked about it in our pregame show. How many times do you go to a ballpark and watch a game where the players and the outcome are not the most important thing? It doesn't happen very often, but today we witnessed that. Today, the ballpark itself was the most important thing, and not a ballpark that has been highly praised over the years, but yet it is Candlestick Park.
Yeah, you know, I think this ballpark, quite frankly, has gotten a bum rap. I grew up in Houston, and the Astrodome wasn't the greatest place to watch a baseball game, but it was a place where you could go and watch baseball, where you had memories, where you went with your dad or your mom or your brother, your sister, or you may have met your future wife or whatever there. It's the memories, and I think Candlestick, with it being here for almost 40 years, it has so many memories. And yeah, it's not the most aesthetically pleasing place in the world. Sure, it's a little cold, it's a little drafty. The wind started to kick up a little bit today. But it's Candlestick, and it's home to a lot of people, and it's home to Giants baseball. And I think that's what over 61,000 people are celebrating, the memories of Candlestick Park.
And you know what, Rod? A lot of good memories can cover up a lot of cold weather, if you think about it, too.
That's true.
And I think it's been great. The last 2 nights and then today, the weather has been absolutely gorgeous. Probably the 3 nicest days of weather and nights of weather that the Giants have maybe ever played, and it's been absolutely gorgeous. So maybe Mother Nature was telling us something, that, yeah, we can have nice weather here at Candlestick Park. Now, we talked about some of the great players we will see in just a matter of moments, and there has been many of them. And we did a little research and dug up some numbers, taking a look at some of the all-time leaders here at Candlestick Park. Of course, Willie McCovey, we've documented that. 231 home runs here at the Stick. McCovey also the leader in RBIs. Mays, Bobby Bonds, all-time leader in steals. No surprise with Juan Marichal, 122 wins here at the Stick. He was a guy who thought it was a good place to pitch. Some people say it is, and some people say it isn't. And, of course, Rod Beck, 102 saves. Rod's still doing it now for the Boston Red Sox. Gary Lavelle, Billy Swift, some great names. So those guys are the all-time leaders in all the different offensive and pitching categories here at Candlestick Park. Well, we are having a good time. Final score was the Dodgers 9 and the Giants 4, but no matter the outcome, we are still going to have a good time as the post-game ceremonies are coming up from the Stick.
This is good. Oh, this is going to be cool. No, this is great.
Bill, where you going?
Mitch.
Mitch or whatever.
Yeah.
This is a celebrity golf class.
Yeah.
For celebrities only. Real celebrities.
I told you I didn't like this. Next he's going to call security or something.
Security?
Check out some of the stars who did get to play in this special edition of Hooked on Golf. Michael Jordan leads the field at the Joe Morgan Celebrity Golf Classic, presented by your Northern California Toyota dealers. Monday night at 9, only on Fox Sportsnet Bay Area.
Now for a CHW sports tip.
Knee injuries are very common, but how do you know if your knee requires more than just rest and ice? Damage to bones, ligaments, and cartilage can occur during twisting, cutting, and impact activities. Symptoms such as swelling, popping, locking, or pain with weight bearing may represent a more significant injury. An examination by your sports medicine physician will determine proper treatment and prevent further injury.
This health moment brought to you by the doctors and hospitals of CHW and their Centers for Sports Medicine.
Toyota Tundra. It's the only full-size pickup with the I-Force V8 engine.
Okay, Steve, you're all set.
With all that power, you can't help but think big.
You do that in your house?
Kick off your college football Saturday with Fox Sports Net. Big games.
Touchdown, UCLA!
Big hits.
Oh, my goodness, what a hit!
Big-time coverage.
Touchdown!
Hosts Kevin Frazier and Kellen Winslow cover all your gridiron action all day long.
Unbelievable catch!
With pregame previews, up-to-the-minute scores and highlights, plus postgame wrap-ups.
It's gonna be sweet.
College football Saturday, this Saturday only on Fox Sports Net.
These days, everyone's looking for ways to unwind. But sometimes the only thing that works is a good old-fashioned mud bath. Check out the rugged, dependable, relaxing 4Runner at your Toyota dealer today.
So the 5th oldest ballpark in baseball is no more. Only Fenway Park, Tiger Stadium, Wrigley Field, and Yankee Stadium have been around longer than Candlestick Park. And of course, it is shutting down for baseball starting next year. The Giants will move to Pacific Ballpark. Let's hook up with Rod Brooks again, my pregame and postgame show co-host. And Rod, I'm curious, how long do you think it's going to take Giants fans to get over Candlestick and into Pacific Ballpark? I have a feeling it's not going to take that long.
I think it'll take about 15 minutes after the post-game ceremonies in this afternoon here at Candlestick Park. People are looking forward to Pac-Bell Park, and there's not a thing wrong with that, because as I said before, Candlestick was not the most hospitable place to be a fan, but again, it's all about the memories. And the great thing about moving to Pac-Bell Park is that San Francisco fans get, in essence, what is going to be a world-class ballpark where people can come and see, and they get to start new memories at Pac-Bell Park. So that's going to be fun, and now people who grew up at Candlestick can take their kids, and they can grow up at Pac-Bell Park. So it's a never-ending cycle, if you will.
All right, thanks a lot, Rod. We'll check in with you in just a little bit. Well, it's time now for the post-game ceremonies. Let's head downstairs to John Miller and Lon Simmons.
So without further ado, let's turn over the post-game ceremony to Giants broadcasters John Miller and Lon Simmons.
Thank you, Sherry. Candlestick Park, not merely a building, but a gathering place where millions of us were bonded by the shared experiences that will keep forever. On this day, September 30th, 1999, 40 years of baseball at Candlestick Park becomes something to tell our children, to tell our grandchildren about. Something that will exist only in photographs and the magic of memory. Mays and McCovey, Marichal and Cepeda, Will Clark and Matt Williams, Bonds, Kent, Burks, and Snow.
Well, I don't know if I'm going to tell my grandchildren about it or not, John, but I will say this, that Candlestick and I, our careers have paralleled. We're both big and ugly, we're both windy, and we stayed around because nobody knew how to get rid of us.
Now today, we have assembled an amazing array of favorite Giants players, managers, and coaches of the past and the present. But first, let's meet someone who, in 1993, convinced a group of civic-minded San Francisco businessmen to keep the Giants right here in San Francisco. Now that year, he made Dusty Baker the Giants manager. He brought Barry Bonds back to the ballpark where he grew up. And later, he named Brian Sabia general manager, and the Giants' rich winning tradition has been restored. But his greatest legacy is why we're celebrating here today. He, along with Larry Baer and the Giants investor group, have built us a beautiful new home for the Giants, Pacific Ballpark in China Basin, soon to be the new showplace of baseball. Please welcome Giants president, managing general partner, Mr. Peter McGowan.
Thank you very much. On behalf of the organization, I would like to thank the fans who have given so much support to the Giants over the last 41 years. Other clubs may have more fans, but no club has followers that know as much about the game and care as much about their team as you do. No fans are as loud, no fans stay as late, and no fans were prepared to endure as much as you have. And the Giants are very grateful for that support. I'd also like to thank the people who have worked for the Giants all these years. The people who sold you your seats, who helped you park, who took your ticket at the gate and helped you find your seat, who watched out for your safety and cooked your hot dogs and served you your beer. These employees are true Giants who care very much about their team and their customers, and would like to ask you to join me in saluting them. Thank you. Over 54 million tickets have been sold to baseball games played here. We have seen some great baseball and enjoyed watching some of the finest people to have ever played this game. Mays, Marichal, McCovey, Cepeda, Perry, and so many others, many of whom are with us today. What special moments they have given us. Please thank them one more time. Many happy memories have been created by what we've seen, and many enduring friendships have been made here. As fans, we've watched our kids become parents. I used to come here with my father, then my brothers, then my wife and kids, and now my grandson. I guess I'm getting old, but what a nice way to do so. And it's nice to think that new generations of Giants supporters are created every year. I know that they will be able to carry on the great tradition and heritage of being a Giants fan. Unlike a season-ending game 7 years ago, this is not a sad day for the Giants. Yes, we are leaving our home, but with the support you have given us, we're moving into our new home next year. I promise you, it will be the best ballpark in this country. And it only could have become a reality from the support that you have given over all these years to the Giants. With your help, the best times for this great franchise are directly in front of us. Thank you very much.
Peter McGowan. Thank you, Peter. Well, what brought us here all these years, the San Francisco Giants, the Giants players, so many memories, so many great players. Let's remember them now. First of all, ladies and gentlemen, he was the all-decade team of the 70s catcher. Welcome back, the Sheik, Mike Sadek. A Giants pitcher from 1980 to 1983. Welcome back, Fred Brining. He was only here the 1 year, but he got a National League championship ring as the Giants went to the series. Outfielder from 1962, Carl Bowles. A real favorite here at the Stick. He was a key man on the Giants National League West team in 1971. Ladies and gentlemen, number 23, Tito Fuentes. And his double play partner, the shortstop of the all San Francisco Giants team, number 35, Chris Spire. And they called him Dirty Al. He was the third baseman on the 71 championship team. Alan Gallagher. He was 8 seasons with the Giants, a switch hitter, a great outfielder, a base stealer, and he hit with power. Also on that 71 championship team, number 15, Ken Henderson. This next man was only on the mound when the Giants needed to secure a win. A 1982 All-Star, third on the Giants' all-time list of saves, the Moon Man, Greg Minton. A Giants catcher when they first came to San Francisco at Bocio Stadium and here in Candlestick. Welcome back, Hobie Landreth. A former Giants infielder and coach, now a special assistant in player development for the ball club. In his 45th year in professional baseball, Giants second baseman Joey Amalfitano.
If I may depart just momentarily from the script, because I don't want to forget to say this, but I would like to right now dedicate this huge gathering to my great all-time buddy, the late Russ Hodges. And one other note, today Bill Thompson joined us to do the 6th inning, my other lifetime buddy, and Bill, thank you very much. And to the Giants lined up here, guys, I mean this sincerely. I've had a lot of friends and still have a lot of friends from all the time, but I have to say that you're the greatest bunch of guys I've been with. Thank you. And now, a pitcher from the 1974 Giants, Don Rowe. He played 4 seasons in the Giant outfield in the late 70s, and he can't cover quite as much ground right now, but Terry Whitfield. You're just using that as a crutch. The Giants' stolen base record holder for a single season, outfielder Billy North. He led the 1987 division champs in victories. Pitcher Mike Lacoste. A member of the 1971 Western Division Championship team, pitcher Don Carruthers. A local product who played with the Giants for 5 seasons in the 90s, outfielder Mark Leonard. Selected most valuable player of the 1987 the NLCS series, the Hackman, outfielder Jeffrey Leonard. outfielder, first baseman on the 87 division title team from nearby Monterey, Mike Aldretti. And a member of the Giants for 2 seasons, Rich Murray. He pitched 1 year with the Giants. A member of the 74 team, pitcher Butch Metzger.
He came to manage the Giants in 1970 and led them to the division title in 71, the year of the Fox. Former Giants manager Charlie Fox. The second best winning percentage in Giants history as a manager, ladies and gentlemen, former Giants manager Herman Franks. This outfielder infielder is 23rd on Major League's all-time home run list. Barry Bonds just passed him a few weeks ago. He hit 442 home runs. Dave Kingman. With the Giants in 1966. Welcome back, Don Landrum. He was an outstanding pitcher for the Giants, 4th on the all-time win list. And as a reliever in 1972, he set a major league record, retiring 41 straight hitters. Welcome back, Jim Barr. Now, because he's managing the Montreal Expos, Felipe Alou could not be here today. However, 2/3 of that all-brother outfield for the Giants is here. Please welcome 2-time All-Star and former National League batting champion, outfielder Matty Alou. And his younger brother, who became the first San Francisco Giant to get 6 hits in the same game, Jesus Alou. He played 3 seasons for the Giants in the late 70s. Infielder Rob Andrews. This man hit one of the most dramatic home runs in the history of Candlestick against the Dodgers before a sellout crowd in 1978. A pinch hit grand slam. Mike Ivy.
He played 7 seasons as the Giants shortstop, Johnny LeMaster. Pitchers in victories, back-to-back seasons in 82 and 83. Pitcher Bill Lasky. The league leader in earned run average during his All-Star season of 1983, pitcher Atlee Hammaker. A 4-time National League batting champion, infielder Bill Madlock. He spent 7 seasons, one of the Giants' frontline starting pitchers, Bob Knepper. One of the all-time great leadoff men, certainly for the 1989 National League champions, outfielder Brett Butler. If it came down, this guy caught it. 8-time Rawlings Gold Glove winner, center fielder Gary Maddox. Second on the all-time save list for the Giants, a member of the 70s all-decade team, Gary Lavelle. Well, this man once played on the Miracle New York Giants in 1951. Later was manager of the original 1958 San Francisco Giants. My friend and yours, Bill Rigney. The only person who's been with the Giants since they moved west in 1958. He's been here every day. The team's equipment manager, Mike Murphy. You'll pardon. I'll pardon you if you say, gee, isn't he cute, when I introduce the next guy. His final 2 years of his playing career were spent at Seal Stadium as a Giant, a 2-time All-Star, selected the National League MVP in 1952, later served many years as a Giant scout, my friend Hank Sauer.
The last Giant to throw a no-hitter at Candlestick Park, 1975. Welcome back, pitcher Ed Halicki. Another Giants pitcher. He won the National League's earned run average title on the Giants' 1989 World Series team, Scott Garrelts. This man also won an earned run average title in 1958, but forever he'll be intertwined with Candlestick Park because the winds of Candlestick blew him from the mound in the 1961 All-Star Game. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back, Stu Miller. This man pitched a no-hitter for the Yankees and is 16th on the Major League Baseball all-time save list. But he grew up a Giants fan and is back in the organization and always looked at himself as a Giant. Pitcher Dave Righetti. They first played 12 seasons in the major leagues, including his final 4 as a member of the Giants. Ladies and gentlemen, he is the outstanding broadcaster now. We call him Kipe. Second baseman, Dwayne Kuiper. He pitched 14 years in the big leagues, including his final 7 with the Giants. In '86, an All-Star, he won 20. Mike Krukow. was voted the 1986 National League Rookie of the Year. He earned All-Star and Gold Glove honors in 1993. Second baseman, Robbie Thompson. The 1987 and 89 playoff teams. Ladies and gentlemen, who can ever forget here at Candlestick, August the 10th, 1989, Dave Dravecky. Ladies and gentlemen, he was one of the Giants' greatest managers. Hum baby. Welcome back, Roger Craig. He was his former Cy Young winner. And as a Giant, he was the National League starting pitcher in the 1987 All-Star Game. Now a community representative for the team. Giants pitcher, Vida Blue.
Well, one of the original Giants, he just had hip surgery. He could not stay here today. He came out, but he was in pain and had to go back. A Golden Glove winner at third base. He's been with the Giants since 1958 as the coach and manager, Jimmy Davenport. This guy hit his first major league home run off Sandy Koufax. He's in the Giant organization now in player development. Former catcher Jack Hyatt. This guy still ranks 27th in Major League Baseball's all-time home run list with 414. Please welcome Darrell Evans. Well, he was a two-time All-Star outfielder, 26-game hitting streak and 46 doubles in 78. Remain a San Francisco club record. Jack Clark. The only Cy Young Award winner in franchise history. Left-hand starter on San Francisco's all-time team, Mike McCormick. A member of the 300-300 Club. still the Giants' career leader in stolen bases. The right fielder on San Francisco's all-time team. And he's even helped future teams with the left fielder. Right fielder, Bobby Baum. This illustrious list of former Giants, let's welcome a present one, the manager of the Giants, Dusty Baker, and the 1999 San Francisco Giants. And now, the 1999 San Francisco Giants. Well, this next man, 379 career home runs, hit over 309 times, the league's most valuable player, Rookie of the Year, Comeback Player of the Year, newest member of baseball's Hall of Fame, the Baby Bull, first baseman Orlando Cepeda. A member of baseball's Hall of Fame, the Dominican dandy, pitcher Juan Marichal. Well, you got to honor this man the other night. He was out here in front of a crowd to present the Willie Mack Award. 521 lifetime home runs, still the most ever hit by a left-hand hitter in the National League. 18 career grand slams, the most in the National League. He is still suffering from the knee problems. He had to leave. He was out here today, but please let Willie McCovey know how you look. Well, it's probably fitting that this next man be the last man to come out here. You all know his statistics. 660 home runs, 24 All-Star games, the greatest player of all time, the most complete ball player of all time, and his number was 24, Willie Mays.
Willie Mays will also, using the same baseball, throw out the last pitch here at Candlestick. And doing the honors behind home plate is Willie's godson, 445 home runs, Giants outfielder Barry Bonds. And not yet, Willie, not yet. Joining Barry Bonds is the Giants' greatest fan of all time, Marge Wallace of San Francisco. So let's all together join in for the Tell It Goodbye countdown to the final pitch here at Candlestick from Willie Mays. 24, 23, 22, 21, 20, 19. Juan Marichal and Orlando Cepeda, as well as future Hall of Famer Barry Bonds.
We need you, Willie. Willie. Margie. Margie. You.
So next year, be a home plate at Pacific Bell Park. Home plate will be presented to Giants President Peter McGowan and Executive Vice President Larry Baer, the two men most responsible for Pac Bell Park becoming a reality. And they, in turn, would deliver home plate to California Highway Patrol Commissioner Dwight Spike Helmick. Delivering home plate ceremony to the Giants President Peter McGowan and Executive Vice President Larry Baer. Awaiting the arrival of a CHP helicopter, and Peter McGowan and Larry Baer are going to transfer home plate to the CHP helicopter, and it will be immediately taken over to Pacific Bell Park.
He got arrested for speeding. In 30 seconds, he will be there.
If you take a look at the Jumbotron, the helicopter is about to come in, and now right over the center field above the flagpoles, the CHP helicopter. Is being whisked over to new Pacific Bell Park in its new home. One more tribute from the Giants to you, all the players assembled here. 40 years of Giants baseball at Candlestick Park. We'll take a lap around the field as we hear one more time, "Bye Bye Baby."
When the Giants come to town, it's bye bye baby. Every time the chips are down, it's bye bye baby. History's in the making at Candlestick Park. Oh, rather than fight the park if you're a fan of Giants baseball. Sing bye bye baby. If you want to be in
home plate has landed over at Pacific Bell Park. We hope you have a great winter. We'll see you at the new ballpark next April 11th. And Lon Simmons, one final time here at Candlestick Park. Anything left for you to say?
I guess all I can say is you can tell it goodbye.
The loveliness of Paris seems somehow sadly gay. The glory that was Rome is of another day. I've been terribly alone and forgotten your man. It calls to me to see where little cable cars climb halfway to the stars.
Well, sometimes the game of baseball, as great as it is, has to take a back seat, and certainly today is one of those days. What a great look back at some of the names and faces of Candlestick Park. Well, an era is officially over as 40 years of Giants baseball here at Candlestick Park has come to an end this afternoon. And you know, through all the criticism, the old ballpark has managed to hold its head up high. To Candlestick Park, we say to you, thanks for the memories. And to Giants fans everywhere, we'll see you next year at Pacific Bell Park.
And when I will remember you. Will you remember me? Don't let your life pass you by.
And Superman has done it again.
We've known for memory.
The congratulations are all for the Cubbies.
I'm so tired, but I can't sleep. Standing on the edge of something much too deep. It's funny how we feel so much, but cannot say a word. Though we are screaming inside, we can't feel. And I will remember you. Will you remember me? Don't let your life pass you by.
Mike Ivy and Fran Slam.
be seated in the stick. Come on.